Welcome to the C++ programming step by step from beginner to ultimate level course by Learning Hub Academy. Before starting the course, we just take a simple overview of C++. This course is for everyone who want to learn C++ from beginner to ultimate level. C++, pronounced as C++, is a programming language begins as an expanded version of C. C++ is a middleware, or you can say that this is a middle level programming language. C++ is statically typed, compiled and general purpose case sensitive free-form programming language that supports procedural, object-oriented programming language and generic programming. C++ is fully supports object-oriented programming, which is include the four pillars of object-oriented development, which is encapsulation, data hiding, inheritance, and polymorphism. Before starting the course, we will see what we will cover the things in this course. At the first stage, we cover the introduction to the C++. Then we cover the environment setup. In environment setup, we just install and download our IDEs what we are work on. In third step, we are see the basics of the C++, where we see variables, data types, data type concept, reference variable, and the understanding of input and output, etc. At fourth step, we will see the hands-on the operators and its type. We will see arithmetic operators, commas and the conditions, relational operator and the logical operator. The next we will see the decision making and the control flow. In next step, we will see the hands-on C++ decision making and the control flow. In this section, we will see if-else statement, statement control, C++ program that run the leap year, switch, break and continue statement. Moreover, we will see the loops in C++, which are do-while loop, for loop and while loop. In next step, we will see the functions in C++. In this section, we will see how to create the function, user-defined functions, and the reference or call by a function. In next step, we will learn about the arrays and its type. In another section, we will see C++ pointers. In this section, we will learn about the null pointer, void pointer, introduction to the pointer, and program that run pointers and array together. In another section, we will see about the string in C++. We will also see the C++ beyond the basics. After the basic section, we will move through the object-oriented programming in C++. In this section, we will learn about the classes and the object, the accessing data member, the class member of the function, the concept of the access specifier, understand the class constructor, copy constructor, friend function, inline function, and this pointer. After this object-oriented concept, we will see the first pillar of the object-oriented programming, which is inheritance and its type. In this section, we will understand about the inheritance, a program that runs inheritance in C++ and multi-level inheritance. After this section, we will hands-on some advanced object-oriented concept. In this section, we will learn about the function overloading, encapsulation, abstractions, or a data hiding concept in C++, exception handling in C++, polymorphism in C++, template and recursion in C++. After that section, we will learn about some of the file handling in C++. In this section, we will understand the file handling concept, the file handling text file, the file handling writing a file. After this, we will learn about the data structure in C++. We will learn about the data structure in C++ in introduction to the data structure stack and the queue concepts. After this, we will learn about the templates in C++, then exception handling in C++, and at the last, the hands-on the dynamic memory in C++. If you have any question, you can post your questions on Udemy question and answer section, or you can directly message me. Thanks for watching and taking my course. Wish you best of luck for your future. Hi learners, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we will hands-on download and install first IDE, which is CodeBlock. For that purpose, I just need to type CodeBlock in search bar and code block is on your screen. Actually, the code block is a free open source cross-platform IDE that support multiple compilers including GCC, Clang and Visual C++. It is originally developed by C++ using WX widgets as the GUI toolkit. So let's just see how to download and install the code block. Firstly, I just open the code block website, or you just simply go to the shortened link of the download here. As I told you that code block is an open source cross-platform free for C or C++. I just go to the download the source code. If you download the source code for your Linux operating system, as I just told you that code block is the open source software. So you just simply download the source code if you want to update this software, or if you want to find the bugs and create the patches, or you want to connect to the community. This is the beneficial for you. Here I just download the binary release because we just do not need this source code. If you are, so simply go to that and download the CentOS version or the code block tar.xz file. Here you can find the documentation of this code block. I just go to the binary release, and here I am using the Windows operating system, so that purpose I just download the latest version of the code block, which is 17.12, which is released on 2017. Here I just click on SourceForge and your download will be start shortly in 2 seconds. So that will simply download this code block. If you are using the Linux operating system or Fedora, or you are using any other like CentOS operating system or Mac OS, that is available in all versions. Here as you can see, that will go automatically to this link, and after this link that code block is downloading. I just already download and installed this software. Let's just see how this code block works. I just open the code block. The installation of the code block is very simple. You just simply go to the next, and at the last you just finish this code block. My code block is open here. First of all, on your menu bar you just find File, Edit, View, Search, Project, Build, Debug, Fortran, WXSmith, Tool, Tools Plus, Plugins, Doxyblocks, Settings and Help. If you want to create the new file, so simply create the empty file here. If you want to add the new project, click on the project, or if you want to add the new class, simply click the class. This will by default take the extension of the class, project and the empty file. If you want to create the new file, or if you want to open the new file, so simply go to the open, or if you want to import the project, simply import the project from these studios or these IDEs. For saving the file, simply click Save File. Then I just go to the edit, so undo, redo, clear, changes history, cut, copy and paste. So these all menus are available here. Then I just go to the view. So view means this is the screen of the view. So all views are available here. Then search, if you want to find any number or any keyword into your code, simply go to the search. Then project setting right here. This build means if you write the code here, simply build or run this code from here, or clean your project from here. Then debug, so simply debugging options are available here. Fortran, so Fortran means here all values of the Fortrans are available here to generate. Make files means to generate the keys to the file, or here you can simply change the cases of that, or formatting the independent classes or independent files. So simply you just go to the Fortran. So WX Smith is WX GUI panel, then tool for the configurations tool, and the tools for the output toggle windows and the close inactive tools pages. Then if you want to add any plugins, so plugin options are available here. Then doxy blocks are available here, and the setting and the help. This is simply the overview of the code block what I gave you. Hope you understand now. If you're not, please post your question at Udemy question and answer. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are just going to download our dev C++ IDE. For downloading the dev C++, I just simply search dev C++ in Google. So this is a link of SourceForge.net website, and the official website here is Bloodshed. So if I just go to the Bloodshed website, so you can see here this is the feature list of code block, and this is the requirements of the code block. Okay, so simply download, so it will go to the SourceForge website. So I just directly go to that website and click on the download. So I just already download this dev C++. So let's just see how to install this dev C++. So you can see here when I just click on that and open that program, so it is loading the packet data. So this is 48 MB software. So for installing that, simply go to the OK and I agree, next, and you just simply click on install and then finish. It's required 346.8 MB space. Okay, so I just already installed that. So I just simply go to the dev C++ and open the dev C++. So you can see here it's opening. Okay, so I just click on new and the source file. So you can see here a source file is created here. So when I just click on Control S, or I just go to save as, so you just see it simply create a new file right here. So I just write demo2.c++. okay, so it will create a demo2c++ file right here. If you find any of the problem regarding this lecture, please let me know. I will also create article that how to install dev C++. That will best option for you if you not understand that lecture. So if you not understand, please let me know, and thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about the basic syntax of the C++, or we are going to take start with our C++ programming language. Every C++ program has an anatomy unlike human anatomy. The parts of C++ programs are not always in the same place. The best way to learn a programming language is by written a program. Typically, the first program beginning right is a program called Hello World, which simply print Hello World to your computer screen. All through it is very simple. It contains all the fundamental components of C++ program. Here I am using two IDEs, means two IDEs of C++, which is dev C++ and another one is code block. Code block is very easy for me, so that's why I'm just using the code block in these lectures, and I'm just also using dev C++ for your understanding. So here, how to create a new file of C++ in dev C++, the code block. Here I just create a file of C++, and here I am writing the code of C++. Okay, so how I just create this file? Simply go to the file, new, and take an empty file. Here Control S to save this file, and here you just simply write basic syntax of C++, and here you just simply select C or C++ files. Okay, now I just go to my basic syntax file here, and here I just start my first program with C++. Here a library which is used to hash, include, and IOStream. So this is a library what we use in the C++. So it's allow program to output the data to the screen. So this library is used to allow program to output data to the screen. Then after that, I just use int main. So integer main. So this is our main function. In this block, we are just execute our code, or we are just write our code here. Then I just write std. So this is the name space file here, so double quotations here, I mean double colons here, and then I just write cout. So cout means this is the program what we write for the to output the data, and here I just write hello world. So this is our output and this is the hello world, and close this program with semicolon. Now I just write return, and the return here is 0. So it is indicate that the program is ended successfully, and at the last this function is end here. So this is our simply the first program in code block. So as you can see here, the first line of C++ program is the 2/single, means like here I just write one thing another, I just write here my first program in C++. So this first line is our slash signal that indicate the rest of the line in a comment inserted by the programmer, but which has no effect on the behavior of the program. This is simply the comments, like when you are just writing 2000 line or 5000 line or millions of lines of code. So comment take very important role in the programming language. Programmer use them to include short explanation or observation concerning the course or program. In this case, it is a brief introductory description of the program. Then in the second line, you just see I just write hash include an iostream. Line beginning of hash include with the sign of hash, and it is the directory read and interpreted by what is known as the preprocessor. So this is the simple preprocessor directories there. Okay, hash. So they are a special line interpreted before the compilation of the program itself beginning. In this case, the diactive hash include iostream indicates the preprocessor to include a section of standard C++ code known as header, which is iostream. So iostream is our header here that allows the perform standard input and output operations, which are writing the output of the program, which is hello world to the screen. Then in the line number 4, you are just in the line number 3, you are just seeing this line is the blank line. So blank line have no effect on the program. Remember that. They simply improve the reliability of the code. Okay. Then in the 4th line, you are just seeing int main, means integer main. This line initiates the declaration of the function. Essentially, a function is a group of code statements which are given a name. In this case, this gave the name main to the group of the code statement that follow. Function will be discussed in detail in our later lectures, but essentially their definition is introduced with a succession of a type which is int, a name main, and a pair of parentheses which are these brackets. So these are the parentheses there. Option include the parameters. If you want to add these parameters, so okay, or if you not want to add these parameters, so leave this. So the function name main is a special function in all C++ programming. It is the function called when the program is run. The execution of all C++ programs beginning with the main function regardless of where the function is actually located in the code. Okay, and the line number you can see I just write this is the line number 5. So in the line number 5 you are just seeing these are the parentheses. So it is an open braces at the line of 5 that indicate the beginner of the function definition. So this is the beginning of the function definition, which is and this is the closing of the function braces. Okay, now you just see std and double semicolon and cout hello world, which is on line number 6. This line is a C++ statement. A statement is an expression that can actually produce some effects. It is the meat of a program. specifying its actual behavior, statements are executed in the same order that they appear within a function body. Okay, and here you just see this statement has three parts. First part is std, then double quotation and cout. This identifies the standard character of output device. Usually it is the computer screen. The second number is the insertion operator. You just see here, this is the insertion operator, what we are needed for our result, which indicate that follow is insert into the std. So this is follow which is insert into the std, and double dot cout. Okay, finally a sentence which within the quotation which is hello world is the content inserted into the standard output. Notice that the statements end with semicolon. This character makes the end of the statement just as the period ends a sentence in English. All C++ statement must end with semicolon because this is a case sensitive language, means C++ is a case sensitive language here. One of the most common syntax error in C++ is if forgotten to end the statement with a semicolon. Okay, so remember that always write a semicolon within a statement ends. Now I just run this function, run this code, and here simply click on that debugging and continue. First I just save this code. So sorry for that, here you just click on the run, and as you can see here the expected output is hello world. If you find any of the factual error, so you just simply go to the file and save file as a syntax.c++. You just simply write the C++ here because we are just selecting C and C++ files here. So by default this compiler take C++ file also as the C file here. Now we just see this code in the dev C++. Here I just go to my directory file and I just click on the basic syntax. And one thing more, I just want to tell you that I just remove this std. If you are declaring using name space std here, so you just don't write any of the std with cout or cn, because means what that means by the using namespace std. By writing the using name and some namespace like std, we can use that namespace in our program. For example, if we want to use std namespace, then we have to write like std using namespace std like this one, as you can see in the line number 3. If you want to use any symbol from std namespace by writing this line, so all symbol in that namespace will become visible without adding the namespace prefix. Like here I just write the prefix of std double dot. So this is the simple, you just write this namespace. If you want to declare this using namespace in the outside of main body, so you just not write std with every block of code. So this is a simple logic of that std name using namespace std. Now I just run this code in the code block, dev C++, and here you just simply write control do the control N. So you just create a new file and save this file with the help of control S, and save it with the basic syntax like basic syntax.c++. You just simply write this file like this one. Okay, you create a new file like this one. So I just close this file and run this file in this compiler, and here I just go to execute and compile and run. So yes, it is compiled here. So you can see here the expected output is hello world. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this course or regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the basic syntax of the C++ program or a structure of a program. The best way to learn a programming language is by writing the programs. Typically, the first programs beginners write is a program which is called Hello World, which simply prints the Hello World statements to your computer screen. All through it is very simple. Now we see how to write this Hello World program. So here you can see I just click on New and the project. Here we have Windows application, console application, static libraries, DLL, and empty project. But here I just choose console application. Here I just write C++ as a project name and the project is C++ project. Now here I just create a folder which is basic underscore C++ and save this file here. You can see it's a main C++. We have already a built-in libraries and the main file, so I just remove these and here I just write include hash include and IO stream. Okay, now here I just write sorry and here I just write int main and then std and cout which is hello world. It's a simple program here for the hello world and here I just write hello world. Okay, now I just execute this program, compile and run this program here, so you can see it is compiling. This is the expected output for this program. Here you can see this panel is shown the C++ code for the program means, or right panel means this one shows the result of the program which is executed by this dev C++ compiler. This black screen means this black screen hello world. To the left of the panel are lines number to make discuss programs and researching the error easier. They are not part of the programs. I mean this one, this is the not part of the program. This is just searching the errors here. Let's see what we write here in this program. On first line, you can see it's a hash include IO stream. So this line begin with a hash sign, which is directives read and interpreted by what is known as a preprocessor. They are special lines interpreted before the compilations of the program itself begins. In this case, the directive hash include iostream instructs the preprocessor to include a section of a standard C++ code, which is known as a header IO stream. That's allowed to perform the standard inputs, mean I for the input and O for the output operations, such as writing the output for this programs, which is the screen of hello world. Then you can see a blank line here, this one. Blank line have no effects on our programs. Remember that. They simply improve the reliability of the code. Means you can simply read this code, means you can easily read this code. And in the line number 3, you can see int main. This line initiate the declaration of a function. Instantaneously, a program is a group of code statements which are given a number. In this case, this gives the name which is main to the group of the code statements that follow the function will be discussed in the detail in the later of this lecture. But essentially, their definition is introduced with a succession of a type which is int, a number main and a pair of a parenthesis optionally include the parameters. The function's name main is a special function in all C++ program. It is the function called when the program is run. The execution of all C++ programs begins with the main function, regardless of where the function is actually located in the code. Then you can see the parenthesis, this one. The open brace, this is the open brace. At, you can see line number 3, begins of main function's definition, and closing brace at the line number 6 indicates it is and. Everything between those braces is a function body that's define what happens when main is called. All functions use braces to indicate the beginning and end of their definitions. Then you can see here std, colon, cout, and backslash, which is the string of hello world. This line is a C++ statement. A statement is an exception that can actually produce some effects. It is the meat of a program, especially its actually behavior. Statements are executed in the same order that they appear within a function body. This statement has three parts. First one is std, which is double colon of cout, which identify the standard character output device. Usually, this is the computer screen. Second, the insertion operator, which is double backslash, like less than sign, which indicates that what follow is inserted into the std double colon cout. Finally, a sentence written in the quotes, which is the strings here. Click on this one. Is the content insert into the standard output. Notice that the statements end with a semicolon always, because C++ is a case-sensitive language. This character marks the end of the statement just and the periods end or a sentence end in a English. All C++ statements must end with a semicolon character. One of the most common syntax error in C++ is forgetting the end statement is a semicolon. Other than that, we just write std here, which is too much time consuming. If we write one another cout, so we can also write the code like this one, like cout, and then we just write hello world 2. Okay, you can see I just run this code, and yes, this one hello world and hello world 2. Okay, if you not want to write this std with this cout every time, so simply use the name space here. So name space, if you write the namespace here, so you cannot write the cout with std and then std. You see both the programs with std and without the std. Both names are the same object. The first one use the uniqualified name, which is cout, while the second qualifies it's directly within the namespace, which is std, like std and double colon and cout. Count is a part of the standard libraries, and all the elements in the standard C++ libraries are declared within what is called a namespace. The namespace std, in order to refer to an element in the std namespace of programs, shall either qualifies each and every use of the element of the library, as we have done by prefixing out with std, or introduce visibly of its components. The most typically way to introduce visibly of these components is by meaning of using declaration. So we can simply declare using namespace before the main function. So you cannot write std and double colon with C out and C in. Here we see one another thing, which is the comments. As a comments, these comments are not affected the operations of the program. However, they provide an importance tool to the documents directly within the source code, what the program does and how it's operate. In C++, we have two ways to write the comments. First one is double backslash like this one, and here I just write line, like here I just write hello world 1 comment. Okay, first way is this one. Then the second way is double backslash asterisk, and this is hello world 2, and then close this comment like this one. So you can see when I just execute this program, so there is no shows of this comment, but it's just indicate us why I just wrote this line and why this functionality works. If you write 1,000 lines of code and means 40,000 line or 50,000 line of code, so its comments are very much important, because when you just see your program after some time, so you do not understand your program what this functionality is work for. So that's why comments are very important in any programming language. This is a simple syntax and the comments in C++ program. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about what are the basic data types in C++. A data types determines the type and the operations that can be performed on the data. C++ provides various data types, and each data type is represented differently within a computer memory. Classifieds of basic data types in C++ are means there are many data types available in C++. There are classifieds under two categories. First one is built-in or fundamental data types, and another one is derived or user-defined data types. Now, what are the basic data types? Data types which are fundamental data types, data types modifiers, derived data types, and user-defined data types. These are the four basic types of the data types. First one is fundamental data type modifiers, derived data type, and the user-defined data type. We have the built-in data types, which are character, integer, float, and double. So without these data types, we have void and the Boolean data types as well. What are the derived data types? They are the components composed of built-in data types. Example: array, structure, union, class, and the pointer, etc. So these are derived data types. The user-defined data types are those which are first declared and defined by the user before. Like we study in our next lecture, means after many lectures we are studying structure, union, class, enumerations, and the user defined. Means enumerations are the user defined data types. So these structure, union, class, and enumerations are our user defined data types. Now we see what is the character data type. So this is the character, and this is our data types. Then the another data types here is integer, then float, void, and boolean. Character refers to the alphabet only, means A, B, C, D, etc. So these special characters are defined in the ASCII character set like this one. Okay, now integer are only takes the number, like here 4, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, or anything 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now float value always take the value as a point like this one. Okay, so the void data types is used for specifying an empty parameter list, unaction, and return types for a function. And the boolean, as you know, that it's always work on true and false, mean either the value is 1 and 0 means true or false. Now we see the array. So an array is a set of elements of the same data types but are refers to by the same name. And we see the function now. A function is a self-contained programs segment that carry out a specific well-defined task. And the reference is an alternative name of the variable. That is, a reference is an alias of a variables in a program. Now we see the coding example of the data type in C++. I just clear this, and here I just write hash include iostream. Then here I just write using name space using name space std and integer main. Okay, now cout, which is the size of character, and then here I just write size of and pass the character. Okay, and then here is write, which is the byte, and here is write end line. So end line is a single line break. Okay, now I just copy this and paste it for integer. So it is integer and size of, it's a size of character, and this is the size of integer. Okay, now I just copy this for short integer, and here is write short and the integer. Okay, now we just see the output. So I just execute and run this code, and yes, we have an error in this line, and this is the less than sign. Okay, and here execute it again. So you can see the size of character is 1 byte, the size of integer is 4, and the size of short integer is 2. I just copy this and paste it for long integer and float and double. Here I just write for long and for long integer, then float, and here I just write float and double, and this is double. Okay, this is float. Now run this code, and as you can see here, character size of the character is 1 byte, integer short which is 2, long integer which is 4, float which is 4 byte, and double which is 8 byte. First of all, I just include a library, then namespace, then the main method. Then cout, which is the character of this, is the line print which is cout, size of the character. And then this is get the size from character, and this is also a print of the bytes which is 1. So this is a simple example of getting the size of the character, integer and float values. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are look at how variable work in C++ and we will look at the data type concept in C++. Let's just check the data type concept in C++. Data can be of many types, for example, character, integer, real, string, etc. Here we just see some of the concept of the real, character, integer, string, etc. Anything enclosed in a single quotation represent the character in C++. Numbers without fraction represent integer data, and the number with fraction represent the real data, and anything enclosed in double quotations represent a string. So C++, like any other language, provides ways and facilities to handle different types of data by providing the data types. Data types means the data types are means to identify the types of the data and associated operations of handling it. C++ data types are like types of two data types, which are fundamental types and the derived data types. Derived data types constructed from the fundamental types are array, function, pointer, reference, constants, classes, structure, union, and enumeration. And the fundamental data types are integer data types, character, float point numbers, and double data types and the void data types. So we have the sum of the range and sum of the storing size of the data types, which is character take 1 data types and integer take 2 or 4 storage bytes in the data types, and then we have the long, which take 4 byte in the data type, and then float, which also take 4 byte, and then double, it's take 10 bytes of storage size in the data type. Okay, so let's just see the example of this data type in C++. So here I just write hash, sorry, it's hash include and IOStream, sorry, it's IOStream. Then here I just define using name space, which is std. Okay, now here I just define void main as a main function, so void mean nothing here. Okay, now here I just write integer, so integer is our data type here, so I just provide integer, which is num1 and integer num2, and then I just provide sum, which is equal to 0. So first of all, I just take 3 integers here, which is a number 1, number 2, and add the last sum, which is equal to 0, means this is equal to 0. So cout here, so cout, and then I will print enter any two numbers to find the sum. Okay, and then here I just define slash n for single line break here. So this is if you want to give the single line break to your text, So simply use /n with that. Now I just define cin. So cin is for taking the user input. We will learn about that in our next lecture. So num1 and num2 here. So I just take two user input with num1 and num2. So I will add the value of num1 here, then add the value of num2 here. Then here I just define the logic. So sum is a variable here, and variable type is the integer here. So num1 plus num2. So I just create a logic here to add these two numbers with number 1 and number 2. And then I just print cout, and the cout here is, I just write /n for the single line break, and here I just write sum of two number r, and then close this, and here I just write concatenation of sum here. So I just write, give it the result of sum to this cout, and then return 0, means return nothing. If you are also just write get ch here, and then close this code here. This is means that when you are just closing the program, when you're just getting the results, the program will not get closed by default. So I just simply define return 0, and I just run this code, and this is compiling here, and yes. So as you can see here, this is the output of the data type with the integer. So I just write 2, then enter and 2. So it will give me the result of for here. So this is a simple program of the data type with the integer. If you want to take the input data type with the float, so simply write float, string, and any data type. Here now just turn to the functions. So now we just turn to the variables of the C++. First of all, we just check how to define the variable in C++. So I just create a new program, and here I just save this program with variable2.c++. So here I just told you that first of all, the definition of the variable. So variable represent storage location in the computer memory. Constants are data items whose value cannot change while the program is running. So this is called the variables. So variable allow you to store and work with data in the computer memory. Now just see the example of this variable here. And here, first of all, I just define the library of hash include and iostring. Okay, now using namespace std. Okay, and then I just define integer main, which is a main function here, and afterwards I just open my brackets here, and here I just declare the variable. So integer a and b is my variables here, and then I just define integer result. So integer result is my third variable here. So these all are my variables here. Now we just do processing on these variables. So a, which is equal to 5, b, which is equal to 6, and a, which is equal to a minus b. So I just define some of the operations on that, and here after that I just write a, which is equal to a plus 1, and then I just write result, which is equal to a minus b. So I just print this result. So here I just write cout, and the cout here is, I just write the result here. Okay, so I just print this result in the cout, and now I just terminate this program with return 0. So this is my simple program to declaring the variable. So here, as you can see, I just define two variables and then integer result. So this is also my variable. So this is simply defining or declaring the variables here. So I just run this code. right now and click on yes. So yes, I just missed this semicolon here and print again, and you can see here my expected output is 0 here. Okay, so a which is 6 and b which is also 6, so 0. A minus b which is 0. Okay, now we just see one other example of this declaring the variables here. So now we just see the example of declaring the variable. So I just create one other file with the variables here. So I just write variable number 3 dot C++. So I just copy this hash include an iStream here and paste it here. Now I just define integer main, and after that I just going to create a variable with the name of integer number, and then number which is equal to 5. Now after that I just write cout, and the cout here is I just write that the value of number is, and I just close this string here, and here I just print number, and then end with end line. So this is also the basic operator to end the line, so basic operations to end the line here. And now cout, which is I just write the value of number is, and here I just print the number. So this is the number which is integer what I just create in my with my variable here. Okay, so end line, so end my this line here, and number which is equal to 7. So I just define the number which is equal to 7, and then cout, which is now the value of number is. So I just change the value of the number here. Okay, and here I just write number as a concatenation, and then end line. Okay, so end line here. Okay, now at the last I just write return and 0. So this is my second example what I is creating for the variables here. First of all, I just create the variable name which is a number, and the number which is equal to 5. So the value of number is, then I print this number value, and afterwards it will go to change the value of this number. And I just run this code right now, and you can see here the value of the number is, and the number you can see first line, and then it will print the number here, and then it will change the another value of this number which is 7. Now we just see one another example with a variable assignment and initialization. So here, as an assignment operator is assigning or copying a value into the variable, you have also seen that it is possible to assign value to the variable when they are defined. This is called initialization. When multiple variables are defined in same statement, it is possible to initialize some of them without having to initialize all of them. In C++ terminology, the operand on the left side of the is equal to symbol must be an value that identify are placed in the memory whose content may be changed. Now we just see the example of value assignment and initialization, and here I just create another file which is variable number 4.c++. Here I just define hash and include which is iostream. Then I just define using namespace which is std, and here I just define integer main which is the main function here. Now I just define a variable or initialize a variable with the name of string, and string which is month, and month which is equal to, I just write here, February. So this is the month name here, and this is February. Okay, and now I just close this string here. So month is initialized to the February here. Okay, so now I just define one another variable which is data type, which is integer, and integer which is year. So year is not initialized here. Okay, now here I just define days, and days which is equal to 28. So days is initialized to 28 here, like month is initialized to February here. So year is not initialized here. Okay, now here I just initialize or assign the value to my year. So year which is 2018. So now year is assigned a value, means now year is initialized here. Now here I just write cout, which is here I just write in. So in here, and here I just write the variable name which is year, and after this year I just use some of the empty string here, and then I just write here month. So this is also the variable here, so I just print this variable. So here I just write month head, and here I just write days. Okay, and then I just write days dot slash n here, and I just close this code here. Okay, now I just write return, and sorry, it's return which is 0. So first of all I just create a library, and then using namespace, then integer main function here. Now here I just creating the data type which is string, which is a month is equal to February. So month is initializing the February, means month is assigning a value which is the February here. Then year have the no initialization, so which is simply the year. Then days which is equal to 28, so days is initialized to 28 here. And then in the line number 9, year which is equal to 2018, so year is initialized here, means assign a value to the year here which is 2018. Then I just print cout, which is the string of in, and then print the variable year, month, and had the days, and at the last I just write days. Okay, so I just check the output for this code and see the result, what is the printed here. So here you can see in 2008 February had 28 days. So this is simply the output of this initializing the variable. In 2018 February had 28 days. So this is a simple output of this example. Now we just see the variable scope here. A variable scope is a part of the program that has access to the variable. The scope of the variable is a part of the program where it may be used. The first rule of the scope is that a variable cannot be used in any part of the program before it's defined. Like I just create one another program with variable scope and variable number 5.c++. I just copy this and paste it here. Now I just define a variable which is integer. Sorry, not define the variable so far. So I just define cout, and then here I just write the value. Okay. So the value has not been defined yet. Means this is an error here. This program what I am just creating, it cannot find its variable here. Okay. Now after that, this cout, I just define the integer value and initialize the value which is 100. So I just define the scope here, which is the integer value which is equal to 100 scope. And at the last I just write return, and return is 0 here. Now just check the output for this code and return yes. The return value is yes. So you can see here this is the error, which is cout value is not defined here. Okay. So you can see here the error, which is value was not declared in the scope. So this is simply the variable with its scope. So I just told you the rule of the scope is that a variable cannot be used in any part of the program before its definition. When I just define this value here and run this code right now, so you can see here my variable value is 10. So this is simply the variable scope, that you cannot define the variable before the program is defined. Okay, so I just give it the same position, which is integer value, which is 100. So this is simply the variable scope. So if you find any of the problem regarding the variables and the data type in the C++, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the variables and its type in C++. A variable provides us which name store that our programs can manipulate. Each variable in C++ has a specific type which determines the size and the layout of the variable memory. The range of the value that can be stored within that memory and the set of the operations that can be applied to the variable. The name of the variable can be composed of letter, digits, and underscore character. It must be with either a letter or a underscore. Upper and a lowercase letter are distinct because C++ is a case-sensitive language. We have different types of variables, which is Boolean character, integer, float, double, void, and var character, means the wide range of characters. Now we see how to define the variable in C++. So simply I just write here hash include and IO string. Then using name space std and int main. Okay. Now here I just define integer, which is k, l, m. So these are our three variables. Then character, which is c and ch. Then I just write float, and the float which is f, and here I just write job. Okay. And then double, which is d. So these are the sum of the variables in C++. So however, programming is not limited only to print simple text on the screen. In order to go a little further on and to become able to write programs that perform useful tasks that really save us work, we need to introduce the concept of the variable. Let's imagine that I ask you to remember the number 5, and then I ask you to also memorize the number 2 at the same time. You have just stored two different values in your memory, which is 5 and 2. However, if I ask you to add 1 to the first number, and I said you should be retaining the number 6, that is 5 plus 1, and then and 2 is your memory. Then we could, for example, subtract these values and obtain 4 as a result. So this is impossible for you. But for computer, you just simply write a, which is equal to 5, then b, which is equal to 2, and a, which is equal to a plus 1. And then you just write result, which is equal to a minus b. Simply you just write for the computer. So it will solve for you. Means I just told you that first of all you just take 5 as a number, then 2, then add a, which is equal to a plus 1. Means add the value, means add 1 in the value number a, which is 5 plus 1, 6, and then result, subtract a from b. So you will get the 4 as a answer. Okay. Now we just go to the declaration of variable in C++. Now we have the integer, which is int z. Then I just write int I, which is equal to 3. Then I just write cout the value of the variable, and then I just write concatenation of I. I just told you about the concatenation in our next lectures, and then I just print z and end line. Okay, and return 0. Okay, now I just execute this. So here I just write variable 1, and this program is executing here, and you can see my value here is variable of 3, means variables are 3, and then the values here slash, and the value of z is taken by default, which is 1. Now we see one another example of declaration of a variable, definition and initialization of the variable. So here I just create one another file, which is hash include istream using namespace std and int main. Okay, now before that main file, I just declare a variable, which is extern int a and b, then extern int c, then extern float f, right? Variable number 2. Okay, now our variables are declared here. Now I just define these variables. So integer a and b, then integer c, then I just write float, which is f. Now I just initialize these variables. Means initialize means gave the value to this variable. So b, which is equal to 20, a which is equal to 10, and c, which is a plus b, c which is equal to a plus b. Now cout, which is c, and here I just write end line for the single line break, and here I just write the float value, which is equal to 90.0 and divided by 30.1. okay, and here I just write cout, which is f and end line. So here return 0 means return nothing, and execute. And we have an error here, which is the file c and semicolon. Now I just run this code, and the error here with b is equal to 20 because I just missed a semicolon here too, and I just run it now. So here you can see the value is the 30 here, means 10 plus 20, which is 30, and then value of f is 90 slash 30.1, which is 22.9903 is a expected output of this program. So this is a simple programs to define, declare and initialize the variables in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about a reference variable in C++. A reference variable is an alias that is another name for an already existing variable. Once a reference is initialized with a variable, either the variable name or the reference name may be used to refer the variable. Let's just see how to create this reference variable. Here I just not defining the includer for header file here, so I just write int I, which is equal to 17. This is our normal variable, and I just make it the reference, so I just use here the and sign with my variable and give it the variable another name, which is like a, which is equal to I. So my this variable is reference variable here. So think of a variable name is a label attached to the variable location in a memory. You can then think of a reference as a second label attached in that memory location, as I just attach the second variable, which is a. Therefore, you access the content of the variable through either the original variable name or the reference. Let's just see the example of this reference variable here, and I just write hash include and iostream. This is my header file here. Now using namespace std, and here I just write integer main. So this is my main function here. Now I just define a variable, so integer x, which is equal to 10. So this is my variable name here, which is integer x, which is equal to 10. And now I just define the reference variables to my x variable, so integer and which is the reference variable is equal to x. So here I just create a variable which is the name of reference, so reference which is equal to 20. So I just assign the value of x is now changed to 20. Here it's 20. Okay, so now the reference variable value is 20 and the x value is changed to 20. Now here I just write cout, and cout here I just write x and x, which is equal to, and then here I just write x. I just print this x here, and then I just write end line to end this line. Now x, which is equal to 30. So the value of x is now changed to 30. First of all, the value of x is 10, then value of x is 20 as a change of reference variable, and then now value of x is 30. So cout here is, I just write reference which is equal to, I just write here, I just print reference here and then end line, and at the last I just write return 0. Okay, so now I just run this code, and yes, so it's compiling here. So as you can see here, my value of x is 20 because I just changed this value with the reference variable, and then change this value with reference which is 30. You can see here I just changed these all values with the help of reference variable. So this is a simple example of the reference variable in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this reference variable or any of my other lectures, so please let me know. Thank you.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the standard inputs and outputs in C++. C++ comes with libraries which provide us many ways of performing input and outputs in C++. C++ input and output is performed in the form of sequence of the bytes and or more commonly known as streams. What is the input stream? If I declaration to follow of bytes is form of device, for example keyboard, to the main memory, then its process is called input. Output stream, if I declared of flow of a byte is opposite, for example from main memory to device display the screen, then this process is called output. We have different header file which is iostream, io manip, and fstream, like this one, iostream, then io manip, and fstream. Okay, now we see the example of the standard input and output in C++. Usually when we take the user input from the keyboard, so it is called input. So hash include iostream using name space std and then int main. Now integer age, so I just give it the example of the age, so cout which is equal to enter your age. So this is the output file. Okay, and cin, which is age. Okay, so I just take the user input here, which is cin, then I just write cout as a user output, and then here I just write slash n, so it's slash n for the single line break as well, so your age is, and then here I just concatenate age and return 0, right? Here I just write input output. Okay, now I just execute this program, and you can see enter your age as a user input, so I just write 25, and so our program is exit very fast, so that's why I just write system pause, because when I just declared the system pause, so after getting the result our program is not closed automatically. So 25, and then you can see the output, which is your age is 25. So this is a simple example of user input and user output. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the input and output streaming from the keyboard. C++ standard library provide an extensive set of input and output capabilities which we will see in subsequent lecture. This lecture will discuss very basic and most common input and output operations required for C++ programming. First of all, we just see input stream. Input stream is if the direction of flow of byte is from of device, for example keyboard, so to the main memory, then this process is called input. Means when you just giving the input from keyboard, so this is called the input stream. And the output stream is if the direction of flow of byte is opposite, for example for main memory to drive device, like when you just see the output to the screen, then this process is called output. We have some of the header files available in C++ for input and output operations, which are input output stream, which is IO stream. Here you can see here, this is input and output stream. Input output stream stands for standard input and output stream. This header file contains definitions of the object like cin, cout, cerr, etc. Then we have input output main IP, which is stand for input output manipulator. The method declared in this file are use of manipulating stream. This file contains definition of set w and set precision, etc. Then we have the third header file, which is fstream, which is this header file mainly describe the file stream. The header file is used to handle the data being read from a file as an input or data being written into the file as a output. we have so far one header file here. So as you can see here, hash include, and here I just write IO, and this is IO main IP, and you can see here hash include, and here is write F stream. So these are the some of the header files. So I just not use these files in this lecture, so I just totally work on the input and output, which is the standard library of IOStream. So now we just check the standard output stream. So the predefined object cout is an instance of the OSStream class, means output stream class. The cout object is set to be connected to the standard output device, which usually is the display screen. The cout is used in the conjunction with the statement insertion operator, which is written as like double less than sign, which are two less than sign as shown on your screen. So let's just see the example of that output stream. So here I just define main function, and after this main function I just define one of the character here. So character, and character I just take the string as a character here, and which is equal to, here I just take string which is hello cout. Okay, and now I just print this statement like cout, which is the value of str is equal to, I just write here str, I just print, and then double less than sign with end line. Now return 0. So I just run this code and check the output for this output streaming, and it is compiling here, and as you can see here, this is my output result. So the C++ compiler is also determine the data type of the variable to be output and select the appropriate stream insertion operator to display the value. This double less than sign operator is overloaded to output data item for built-in type, integer, float, double string, and pointer value. The insertion operator may be used more than one in a single statement as shown like end line. Okay, is used to add a new line in the end of the line. Okay, now I just create one another file for my cin, and here I just write keyboard input, which is 1.c++, and here I just write hash include, sorry, it's hash include, and this is IOStream, hash include and IOStream, and then using namespace which is std and integer main. Okay, so our C++ standard input streaming is the predefined object cin in an instance of IStream class. Means this is input stream class. The cin object is said to be attached to the standard input device, which usually is the keyboard. The cin is used to conjunction with the streaming extraction operator, which is written as double greater than sign, like this one, double greater than sign. Okay, now here I just define the character, which is the name here, and the name characters are 50. So I just take the character names here are 50. Okay, so these are, you can add the 50 name character into the program. Now I just write cout, and then I just write cout, which is please enter your name. Okay, and then I just write cin as an input streaming, and then here I just pass the name. So this is my name here. Okay, so this name is a character variable here, and then cout is like, here I just write your name is. Okay, and then here I just print the name, and then end
line. Okay, and then end line. Okay, so I just close this code here and I'll just check the output, and yes, so this is I just write learning hub, and you can see here your name is learning hub. So I just take the keyboard input from the user, and then this is the output stream. Okay, so the C++ compiler also determine the data types of the entered value and select the appropriate stream extraction operator to extract the value and store in the given variable. So first of all, it just take the extract value and then store in this variable and then shows the result to us. Okay, so this is a simple example of the input keyboard's input in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, so please let me know. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about the typecasting in C++. The typecasting is making a variable of one type, such as an integer, act like another type, such like a character for one single operation. To typecast something, simply put the type of variable you want the actual variable to act instead of parentheses in front of actual variable. We have the two types of conventions in the typecasting. One is implicit convention and another one is explicit convention. Implicit convention is mostly our compiler make use of what is called automatic typecasting. It automatically converts one type into another type. If the compiler converts a type, it will normally give a warning. For example, this warning conversions from double to integer, possible loss of data. The problem with this that you get a warning normally you want to compile without warning and the errors, and you are not in the control. What with control we mean you did not decide to convert to another type. The compiler did also. The possible loss of the data could be unwanted. Now we just see the explicit convention. That what is implicit conventions? The C and the C++ language have ways to give you back control. This can be done with what is called an explicit conventions. Sure, you may still loss of data, but you decide when to convert to another type and you don't get any compiler warning. So this is called explicit convention. Let's just see the example of that. So I just simply write hash include and then input output streaming. Okay, so I just include a header file here, then I just write using name space and std. So I just add name space file and I just create the main function here. Now I just define the typecasting, so integer a here, then I just write double and the double is b, which is equal to 2.55. So this is the double, means you just take a float value. So I just take this float value into the double because this is 2.55 here. Now a, which is equal to b, and then I just write cout, and the cout here is a. So I just print the value of a, first one, and then I just write a, which is equal to integer of b. So I just write here a, which is equal to the integer of b. So I just take b as an integer here and then cout, the result is a. So I just write here a, which is end line. Okay, now a, which is equal to, I just write here integer of b, and I just take b now in the parenthesis and then cout, which is the result of a, and here I just write end line. Okay, and I just close this code here. So the first convention is an implement convention. The compiler decide as explained before. The compiler should give a warning here. Okay, so the second convention is an explicit typecast. In the case the C style explicit typecast, And the third convention is also explicit type. In this case, C++ style explicit typecast. So we have the three conventions here, 1, 2, and 3. And now I'll just run this code and check the output for this code. And as you can see here, we have the three result of conventions. So it dropped 0.5 because I just changed these all conventions into the integer. So you can see here 2, 2, and 2. So I just take a is equal to b, so value is 2 here because a is an integer here. Then a which is equal to integer b, so I just take b as an integer, so it will print 2 instead of 2.55. And then a is equal to integer b, and then I just print a here, so the value of a here is 2. So these are the three typecast conventions in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about the constants in C++. Constants refer to fixed value that the program may not alter, and they are called literals. Constant can be of any of the basic type and can be divided into the integer numerical numbers, floating, which is a point numerical numbers, characters, string, and booleans value. So I just told you that constant is simply a keyword which is used as const. So again, constant are treated just like regular variable, except that their value cannot be modified after their definitions. I mean, constant, when we just declare the constant, so that value cannot be changed after their definitions. Remember that. So here I just use that this is constant, so this constant is a keyword. Remember that. You can use constant prefix to declare the constant with a specific type, like constant, then type variable, and then you just declare the value. So this is simply writing the constant. Okay, now hash include, and here I just write input out streaming, and then I just write here using name space, which is std here, and the main function. Now here I just define constants as a keyword. So this is my constant, and then I just write integer length. Okay, so constant integer length, which is equal to 10, and then I just write constant, which is integer width, which is equal to 5. So this is constant as a keyword, the data type of the variable, then the value of that variable. Simple syntax of the constant here. Now constant, which is the character of new line, which is equal to, I just write here slash n for the new line. Okay, so first of all I just create an integer for height, width, and then character for new line, which is slash n. Now integer, I just define the area here. So I just take a new variable of area, and then I just create the logic, which is area is equal to length, and length multiplied by width. So it will calculate the area. Okay, now cout, I just write here cout, which is area. So I will print this area here, and then cout, which is new line. So I just print this value of new line here, and then return, which is 0. Okay, so here I just define three constants with the help of constants keyword. Their value cannot be changed after the definitions. Okay, remember that. So I just run this code right now and check the output. So you can see here area multiplied, sorry, the length multiplied by width, which is the area of 50 here. So this is our expected output from this code. You can see here 10 multiplied by 5, which is equal to 50. So I just make a logic here, which is length multiplied by width, and this value cannot be changed due to this constant keyword or the constant in C++. So this is program is also for constant and the literals in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this program or regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to learn about constants and literals in C++. Constants are expressions with a fixed value, and the literal are the most abuse kind of constants. They are used to express the particular values within the source code of a program. We have already used some in previous lectures to specify a specific value to the variables or the express messages we wanted our programs to print out. For example, when we wrote a is equal to 5. Okay, the 5 in the piece of the code was a literal constant. Literal constant can be classified into the integer, float, point, character, string, boolean pointer, and user-defined literals. Now we see the example of the literal and the constants. Now we see the constant expressions. Hash include IOStream. Then I just write using namespace std. Then here I just write constants. Constant as a keyword and double, which is I just take pi value, so 14.3.14, and then constant as a character, which is new line is equal to slash n. Okay, so first one I just take the constant as a double, and then I just take the constant as a character. Integer main, and then here is write double, and double, which is r, is equal to 5.1 as a value of a radius, and then semicolon. Now double, circle, and cout, which is circle, and then cout, which is new line. So here I just define circle, which is equal to 2 multiplied by pi multiplied by radius. Okay, and now I just check the output. So this is the process number 1 to declare the constant, and this is hash include iostream, and I have an error in the constant character, which is new line, and here it's a double, and I just write this for as a comment, but this is the print of the single line. So now we just see, yes, the value here is 31.4 as a circle value, means we have the pi value, which is 3.14, and then the new line, then radius value, and I just multiply 2 with the pi and the radius. So this is a step number 1, which is I just declare constant with the constant keyword, and as you can see, these are our, you can say that these are our literals. Now we just define the constant as a preprocessor definitions. So you just simply write here define, and define is pi, and remove this equal to, and now here I just write define, and define, which is new line, and which is n. Okay, now just check the output, and this is pi, and the circle, which is 2, and the radius r, and the double as a circle, and this is asking for the white spaces. And now I just run this code, and you can see the expected output for this code. Note that the defined line are preprocessor directories, and as such are single lines instructions that, unlike C++ statement, you do not require semicolon at the end of the directories extends automatically until the end of the line. If a semicolon is included in the line, it is the part of the replacement sequence and is also included in all the replaced occurrences. Means you cannot add the semicolon with these constants because it's a preprocessor. Okay, so this is a simple example of the constant and the literals in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. And in this lecture, we are going to talking about the modifier and its type in C++. Except type void, which means return nothing. The basic data type may have various modifiers preceding them. You use a modifier to alter the meaning of the base type to fit the various situations more precisely. We have different types of modifier like signed, unsigned, long, and the short. You can also the modifier signed, unsigned, short, and the long to character and the integer base type. However, you may also apply long to double. So these are some of the data types, modifier and type in C++. Let's just see the coding example of that modifier and type. Here I just define hash include and iostream. So this is my header file, and then using namespace std. So I just define the std here. So I'm just creating these programs to show the difference between signed and unsigned, means unsigned integers. So integer main function here. Now I just define short. So short is a data type here. Okay, integer I. So short is the integer I here. So this will signed a short integer. Okay, now short unsigned integer, which is j. So this is our signed integer. So I just define the keyword of unsigned here and integer j. So this is our unsigned integer. Now I just define the value to my j. So j, which is equal to, I just write 6,000. So I just define 60,000. So 6,000 here. Okay. So I, which is equal to j. So I just take I, which is equal to j, means I is equal to j. So the value will be print is C out of I, and then empty string here, and then the value of j. Now return, which is 0 here. So I just print a return which is 0. So first of all, I just create a header file, then using namespace main function, and then this is our signed short integer and this is our unsigned short integer. Let's just see the output of that code. So you can see here, this is the output, which is 6,000, and then I, which is equal to j, which is also 6,000. So I just print the two values here. Okay, so which is 6,000 and the 6,000. So this is signed and this is unsigned value of the integer. Okay, so this program is actually shows the difference between the signed and the unsigned integer. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the modifiers in C++. Specifiers modify the meanings of the predefined built-in data types and expand them to a much larger set. There are 4 data types modifier in C++. These are long, short, signed, and unsigned. Long and short modifier the maximum and the minimum value that a data type will hold. A plain int must have a minimum size of short. Size hierarchy is short integer and long integer. Size hierarchy for floating point numbers is float, double, and long double. Now we see what is long float. So long float is not a legal type and there are not short floating point numbers. Signed types includes both positive and negative numbers and is the default type. And unsigned is a number are always without any sign, that is always positive. Now we see the example of this modifier types, and here I just write hash include iostream, then using name space it's space std. Now here I just write integer min. So this program is to showing difference between the signed and unsigned integers. Short as a keyword and integer which is I, and variable here is I. So I is a signed short integer. Okay, so this is a signed short integer. Now short and unsigned, which is integer j. So this is unsigned short integer. Now I write j which is equal to 40,000 and I which is equal to j. So I just take I which is equal to j. So cout means output of this code is I, and then here I just write empty string and j, and at the last I just write return 0. So here I just execute this code. So this program, and this is the integer j and short which is and j which is equal to 5,000, and here it's unsigned. Okay, and execute this code. You can see here the result of j which is equal to 40,000 and I which is equal to j. So this result is because the bit pattern that's represent 40,000 as a short unsigned integer. So it is interpreted as -552,364 and sorry the 40,000 by sort. So this is a unsigned sort value of this program. So we have some different types of qualifiers in C++, which is construct means object of the type of construct cannot be changed by your program during executions. Then violated means this type of modifier, this modifier violate tells the compiler that a variable value may be changed in the way not explicitly specified by the program. And the third number is restrict. A pointer qualifies by restrict is initially the only means by which the object its point to can be accessed only C9 and adds a new types qualifier which is called restricts. So this is a simple example of the modifier types in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the operators and type in C++. C++ provides different types of operators. These operators can be used with variables and literals to get the result. You know some basic arithmetic operators such as plus, minus, multiplication, division, and the modulus, like this one. But there are many other operators provided by C++ programming language such as arithmetic operators, relational operator, logical operator, bitwise operator, arithmetic operators, and other operators. Now we see the example of what is the arithmetic operator. These types of operators, like the basic arithmetic operators, are plus, minus, asterisk, divide, and multiplication. The modulus. In addition to these operators, there are two operators to increase or decrease the value of a variable. The increment operator is plus plus. This is the increment operator. And the decrement operator is minus minus. These operators can be used as before the variable which is prefix and after the variable which is postfix. You can see I just write before the variable, mean this one, it's a prefix. If I write this one, so this is the postfix here. For example, you can change the value of the variables, like here I just write int which is equal to 0 and then plus plus a. Now a is the one here, so I just write cout which is less than, cout and a, and then I just write end line here. Now a plus plus, so now a is 2 here, remember that. So count, cout and a which is end line, and then I just write minus minus a. So a is decrement here, so the value of a now is minus minus, and then I just print cout which is a and end line. So here I just write minus minus a, and now we have the decrement operator which is the value of a is 0, so I just out a now. Okay, so this is a simple example of the cout increment arithmetic operator. So now afterwards we just go to the relational operator. So the relational operator, this one we just study, this category of the operators is used to compare different values. The result of the operations is a boolean value, true or false. The relational operator are used in the following form, like operand, operator, and operand. There, where operand can be some variables or literals that are compared. You can see here we just compare our variables like a which is equal to b and a which is not equal to b. Then a is greater than b, a is greater than or equal to b, a is less than b, a is less than or equal to b, and a is greater than b, and a is greater than or equal to b. So these are the compares operators between these a or b. Now we see the logical operator. In the logical operator we have the AND operator and the OR operator and NOT operator. Now we just also see the logical operators which are the boolean value, like true or false, mean the value is true or value is false here. In the bitwise operator is we just use AND, OR, XOR, this is our XOR, and this is NOT operators. In other operators we just study about the size of operator and the comma operator. So this is the comma operator, okay, and this is a comma operator. Now we just see the example of these arithmetic, relational, bitwise, and logical operator. So here I just clear this, and here I just write hash include and IO stream, means input and output stream, using namespace std and integer min. Right, now I just define the integer which is value of 20, then integer b which is equal to 5, it's 5, and integer c. Right, now c which is equal to a plus b. Okay, Now C which is equal to A minus B. Now C which is equal to A divided by B. And then C which is equal to A modulus of B. Now C which is the increment operator, and C which is decrement, C which is equal to which is decrement operator. Okay, so these are the some arithmetics operators. Now I just write C out, which is line 1, and the value of C is, and then here I just write C and then end line. Okay, now I just copy this 1 2 3 4 and 5. Okay, so now I'll just change like line number 2, line number 3, line number 4, line number 5, and line number 6. Okay, I just save like arithmetic operator. So you can see our arithmetic operators are completed here, like for plus, minus, divide, modulus, increment, and the decrement operator, and C which is equal to A. Okay, and I just forget to add C which is equal to A static B for the multiplication, or I just paste this or leave it. Execute and compile and run this program, and you can see here for the line number 1, which is a value of 25 100 15 4 0, increment operator which is 20 and the 21 here. So this is a simple example of the arithmetic operator. Now we just see the example of the relational operator in C++. As I told you, the relational operator where we use is equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to signs. So now I just create a new file, and here I just write new and hash include iostream and using name space std and integer main. Now int a which is equal to 20, then integer b which is equal to 15, and then integer c which is equal to, integer c as a empty integer. So relational operator, and here I just write if a which is equal to b, and here I just write C out, which is line number 1, a is equal to b, and here I just write end line. Okay, now I just use else C out, which is line number 1. So here's line number 1, and here I just write a is equal to b, so a is not equal to b here, and here I just write end line. Okay, now I just copy this code for less than, for greater than sign. So here I just write for greater than and for less than. So if a is greater than b, so our line number 2 will print A is greater than B. A is not greater than B. Okay, and if A is less than B, so I just write here A is less than B and A is not less than B. So this is our line number 3. Okay, now let's change the value of A and B here. So A, which is equal to 3, and B, which is equal to 20. So if A is less than or equal to B, so Cout, which is line number 4, and here is right, A is either less than or equal to B. Okay, and here is right end line, and then I just use one another statement, which is if B is greater than or equal to A. So Cout, which is line number 5, and B is either greater than or equal to B, and end line here, and at the last I just write return 0. Now just check the output. So here the output, so you can see line number 1, A is not equal to B, means 20 is not equal to 15. Then A is greater than B, means A is 20 and 15, so here is greater. Then A3 is line number 3, A is not less than B, so A is not less than B, true. And then A is either less than or equal to B, yes, true. And B is either greater than or equal to B. So this is the example of the relational operators. Now we just see the example of the logical operator. I just copy this and create a new file. Okay, and here I write if A and operator B, A and B. So Cout line 1 condition, and condition is true. Okay, and this is end line. Now let's copy this one for OR operator and not OR, and this is for, and here is right, this is for OR operator and the condition is true, and here I just change the value. So A, which is equal to B, no sorry, A which is equal to 0, and then B which is equal to 9. Now I just write if A and B operator, so line number 3 here, so I just write condition is true, else Cout line number 4 condition is not true. Okay, and end line. Now if not equal to A and B, so here I write Cout, which is line number 5 condition is true, and here is right end line, and at the last return 0. So this is logical operators. Now execute this program, and we have an error here, yes, and compile it again. So you can see line number 1 condition is true, line number 2 condition is true, line number 4 condition is not true, and then line number 5 the condition is true here. So this is a simple example of the logical operator in C++. So these are some kinds of operators in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the increment and the decrement operator and its side effects. Incrementing, adding 1 to the value, and the decrementing like subtracting 1 from the value. A variable are also common that they have their own operator in C++. There are actually two versions of each operator, like decrement, a prefix version, and the postfix version. Let's just see what is the prefix and postfix. Prefix is like you just write plus sign and then x. Okay, so this is called prefix, means you just write the increment operator before the integer. And if you write x plus, so this is called postfix. So this is our prefix and the postfix increment operator. Let's just see prefix and postfix decrement operator. So minus x and x minus. So this is our prefix and this is our postfix. Let's just see the coding example of that. Integer x which is equal to 5 and integer y which is equal to plus x. So x is now equal to the value of x, and now the x value here is 6. So 6 is assigned to this y here. Okay, so this is called simply the prefix of increment operator. Now we just see the side effect of this operator. So a function or expression is said to have a side effect if it modifies some state. For example, any stored information in memory, does input or output, or calls other functions that have the side effect. So let's just see the example, like we have integer x which is equal to 5. So I just write x which is equal to 5 and then prefix of x. Then I just write std and then cout which is less than x. So the assignment operator in this example has the side effect of changing the value of x permanently. So this is simply the side effect of changing the value of x permanently even after the statement has finished. Excluding means executing x will have the value of 5. Operator plus has the side effect of incrementing x. The outputting of x has the side effect of modifying the console. Let's just see the example of that increment and the decrement operator in C++. So here I just define hash include and an input output stream here. Now here I start using namespace and std. Now the main function here, it's a main function here, and in the main function I just write integer I which is equal to 5 and then cout which is I just write here plus as a prefix, and then I just print that plus sign of I. So I plus which is equal to plus of I means prefix of the increment operator for I, which is the variable here. So I just run this code right now and check the output that it's changing the value or not. So you can see here plus I which is equal to 6. So it will add the one value with 5. So if I just create this decrement operator here, so here minus sign, and simply run this code and save this code and run this code right now. It's not taking So right now I just print this, and you can see here the expected output for minus minus, and it will decrease the 1 value from 5. So this is simply the postfix and the prefix is increment and decrement operator in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture or regarding to increment and decrement operators, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the operators and the arithmetic operators in C++. Once introduced to variable and constants, we can begin to operate with them by using the operator. So an operator is a symbol that tells the compiler to perform the specific mathematical and logical manipulation in C++. C++ is rich in built-in operators and provide the following types of operator like arithmetic, relational, logical, bitwise, assignment, and MISC operator. So in this lecture we are going to talking about the arithmetic operator in C++. There are following arithmetic operators supported by the C++ language, which are plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulus, increment operator, and the decrement operator. So let's just see the example of the arithmetic operator in C++. So here I just write a library of hash, include, and IOStream. So this is my input output stream in the C++, and then here I just write using name space then std file. So I just paste the std files here, then I just write the main function. So here I just create a variable of int a and b, and then a which is equal to 10 and b which is equal to 40, and then a which is equal to b, and then b which is equal to 7. So here the value of a and the b is unknown here. Then the value of a is 10 here, and the value of the b is unknown here. Then the value of a is 10 here, and the value of b is 40. Then the value of a is 40 and the value of b is also 40, because a which is equal to b, and then b which is equal to 7, and here a value of a is 40 and the value of b is 7. Let's just print this output. So cout, and here I just write a, and here I just write a, the value of a. So cout, and here I just write print the value of a here. Then I just write here cout, and I just write b, and cout which is b here. Let's just see the output for this code, and I just write yes, and here it's an error which is the value of b, and here's the value of a, and this is cout. Let's just check again. So yes, I just missed the semicolon here, and now just check the output for this code, and as you can see here the value of a is 40 and the value of b is 7 here, because I just exchange this value, like this b value, with this one. You can see here at the last display the b value. Let's just see the another example and just clear your concept with arithmetic operators. And here I just write integer a which is equal to 21, and integer b which is equal to 30. Then I just take one another variable which is c is equal to nothing for showing the result here. So c which is equal to a plus b, so I just add the arithmetic operator here. Then c which is equal to a minus b. So this is my subtraction arithmetic operator here, and c which is equal to a multiplied by b, and then c which is equal to a modulus of b. okay, and then C, which is equal to A increment operator, and then C, which is equal to A decrement operator. Okay, let's just give it the output here for C out, and here is write C out, which is, I just write here that line number 1 is equal to the value of C is, and here I just print C. Okay, and then end line here, okay. Now I just copy this for subtraction, multiplication, modulus, increment operator, and for decrement operator. So line number 2 and the value of C here is, and then line number 3, line number 4 the value of C here, and line number 5 the value of A here, and the result is shown in the C, so that's why I just print the C here. Then I just write line number 6 here, and the value of A in the decrement operator is, the resultant value is C here. So I just write here return 0. Okay, so I just print this code. Sorry, I just save this, and now I just print this code. So you can see here the arithmetic operators value are the line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 51, minus 9, 6, 30, 21, 21, and 22. So these are some of the arithmetic operators in the C++. If you find any of the problem regarding with these arithmetic operator and other operators, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about the size of comma and the conditional operator in C++. The conditional operator is an operator used in C or C++, as well as other languages such as C#. The conditional operator returns one of two values depending on the result of an expression. Let's just see the syntax of this conditional operator. Like here you have expression, like expression number 1, and then you just write question mark sign here, and then you just write expression number 2, then colon, and expression number 3. So this is a simple syntax to write the conditional operator. So conditional operator is also called ternary operator. So this syntax, like if expression number 1 evaluates to true, then expression number 2 is evaluated here. If expression number 1 is evaluates to false, then expression number 3 is evaluated instead. So this is a simple syntax of the conditional operator in C++. Now we just see the example of this conditional operator. So hash include, and I just write here iStream. Now here I just write using namespace and std and integer main. So this is my main function here. So inside the main function, I just write here integer res. So res is resources here. So res, which is equal to, I just write here 6. So this is my first expression, is less than or equal to, I just write here 6. Then I just use AND operator here, and I just write 5, which is 3. Okay, which is less than 3. So C out, I just write here, which is res and end line. Okay, so here I just simply create the logic and then print this variable here. So this is my OR operator, and now I just going to write the AND operator. So 6, which is less than or equal to 6, and here I just write AND operator, and then here I just write 5, which is less than 3, and then I just write here C out, and the C out here is, I just write res and then end line. Okay, so res, one other logic, which is res is not equal to 6 and 6 is less than or equal to 6. Close this code here, and then C out, which is res and then end line.
Okay, and then return 0. Now just check the output for this code. So run as a module. So here it is compiling, and here I just write res, which is equal to. Okay, and now I just run. So you can see here my first expressions code is 1, 0 and 0. So you can see here, so this is the expected output from this code. So I just write here integer, which is the res. So res, which is equal to 6, is less than 6. So this is my OR operator. Then I just write AND operator, and then NOT operator in the conditional operator. Now we just see the example of the size of comma. Okay, so I just remove this, and here I just write double and double D, which is equal to 5.0. Okay, now I just write here cout, and the cout here is size of, I just write size of D. So this will print the size of variable D in bytes. So this is my operator, which is the size of. So this is operator here, and the symbol of this is size of. This is a symbol here. So the form here is you just simply write size of and then types of the variable. Okay, so it will return the type of the variable in the byte. Note that size of can also be used in a variable and will return the size of that variable. Okay, now I just save this, so you can see here so now I just run this code, and you can see here it is showing me the size of the operator, which is 8. You just also write the comma operator, like comma operator is used to that, like comma operator allow you to evaluate multiple expressions whatever a single expressions is allow. The comma operators evaluates to its rightmost operand. Like you just simply write the comma operator like integer a, b, c, d, e, like this one operator. So this is called the comma operator. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this conditional operator and the size of and the comma operator in this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talking about the relational operators in C++. This category of operators is used to compare different values. The result of the operation is a Boolean value, means true or false. The relational operator are used in following from, like here it's a syntax of that, like operand, then operator, and then operand. Okay, so this is a simple method to writing or to using this relational operator, where operand can be some variable or literals that are compared. There are some of the operators used in the relational operator, which is equal to, not equal to, and less than, greater than, less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. These are the some of the operators in the relational operations. So relational operator, it compare two operands and depending on their relationship. For example, we have the value of a which is greater than b. So there is a relationship between a and b, which is a is greater than b. Now we just see the example of this relational operator. So here I just write the header file, which is #include and iostream, and then I just write using namespace std. Now main function integer main. So here I just declare the variable integer a, which is 25, and the integer b, which is equal to 5. Now our integer a value is 5 here, and integer b value here is integer a value is 25 here and integer b value is 5 here. Now cout, and here I just write this is simple relational operator program. Okay, I just close this code right here. Now I just write if condition. So if condition is for using like this condition. If this condition is true, so it will shows us the output. We will discuss about these conditions in our next upcoming lectures, and which is a and a which is greater than b here. Now here I just write cout, and cout here is I just write the value of a is greater than b. Okay, and I'll close this code here. Now here I just use else if. So we'll talk about else if in our next upcoming lectures. So just make a concept of the relational operator here. Okay, so now a which is equal to b means this is another type of operator, which is a is equal to b. So this is a relational operator of is equal to sign, and which is a and b are equal. So this is another value of operator. So now I just go to the else condition. So else here is like cout, and the cout here is I just write b is greater. Okay, now this logic, what about this logic means? What is the meaning of this logic in the relational operator? So here you can see I just declare two integer, which is a and b. Now if a is greater than b means this is the greater than relational operator, so it will print a is greater than b. If a is equal to b, so it will print a and b are equal, or else statement, it will go to the else statement, so b is greater. So here I just simply use two operators of greater than and is equal to sign, which will print means we have a is greater than b, so it will print this value. Okay, so now we just go to the another thing, which is get ch. So I will tell you about the get ch here, because I just not use any get ch method in my any lecture so far. So get ch is using for like when you are just waiting for output string, means when you are just open your program, so after completing the process the window is not closing by itself. So get ch is means that wait for output string. So now I just write return, and the return here is 0. So this is the main function of the return statement, and I just compile this program, and I just remove this get ch because we just not need the get ch here. So I just run this code right now and just check the output for this code. So as you can see here, this is the simple relational operator program, and the output here is a is greater than b. So this is simply the output of the relational operator, what the program we write here. So this is a relational operator. If you find any of the problem regarding with this relational operator in C++, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to study about the C++ logical operator. C++ logical operators are used mostly inside the condition statement, such as if else, and else if, where we want multiple conditions. So C++ logical operators. So logical operators are used if we want to compare more than one conditions. Depending upon the requirement, proper logic operator is used. So here we have some of the following operators what we use in the logic operator. So this is the logical AND operator. So this is a type of binary. Then we just use logical OR operator. So this is also the type of binary operators. Then we just use logical NOT operator, which is the unary operator in C++. According to the name of the logical operators, the condition satisfies the following situation and expected
outputs are like AND operators mean when you just output is only when conditions on the both side of the operators become true. So means like this one, like we have the value of 1, value of a which is equal to 1, and the value of b which is also equal to 1. So these conditions always become true on the one conditions, mean these both values are same. OR operators mean output is 0 only when the conditions on the both side of the operators become false, and the NOT operator is given inverted output. Let's just see the example of this logical operators in C++. So first of all, I just save this program, and here I just include the header file, hash include iostream, so iostream, then using namespace std and integer main function here. Now we just create the two variables here, number 1 which is equal to 30 and integer number 2 which is equal to 40. So I just take the two variables here with the different values, and now if number 1 which is greater than or equal to 40, sorry, it's greater than or equal to 40, and here I just use OR operator with the number 2 which is greater than or equal to 40. Okay, so what will be the expected output? So I just write cout, which is here I just write OR if block get executed, and then here I just write end line and close this code right here. So in first logic, I just use my OR operator here, means number 1 is greater than or equal to 40 and the number 2 is greater than or equal to 40. So print OR if blocks get executed. So this condition is not true. So now I just write if number 1 and the number 1 which is equal to greater than or equal to 20, and here I just use AND operator and then number 2 which is greater than or equal to 20. So the output here is cout, and here is write and if block get executed, and then I just write end line, and here it's a end line. Okay, now if condition is again, and if not number 1 is greater than or equal to 40, so the output here is not if block gets executed, and this is end line here. Okay, now at the last I just write return, and the return value here is 0. Now we just check the output for this code. So you can see here that will print OR block and AND block. So here I just want to print this number 1 and that, and now I just print this. So you can see here I just get the 3 output statement. So first one is for if number 1 is greater than or equal to 40, and here we use OR operator, which is number 2 is greater than or equal to 40. So here in this program number 2 is equal to 40, so one of the 2 condition is satisfied, so the condition here is executed. Now just come to the AND operator. So for AND operator we have the output is 1 only when both conditions are satisfied, means
we have the value is 20 here and the value here is 20, and this is greater than or equal to. Okay, so the AND operator on the first condition is true here and the second condition is true, so it will give the output of true here, means it will give us the output here. So you can see here number 1 is greater than or equal to 20 and the number 2 is also greater than or equal to 20. Okay, so this is a simple program of the logical operator in C++. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, if you not understand any of the logic regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Welcome to this section. In this section we are going to talking about the control flow in C++. This is an introductory section to the control flow in C++. Let's just start with control flow. What is control flow? A simple C++ statement is each of the individual instruction of a program, like the variable, declarations and expressions seen in previous section. For that purpose, C++ provide flow control statements that serve to specify what has to be done by our program, when and under which premises. What is control flow statement? A control statement in a C++ which redirect the flow of program in order to execute additional code. Each of them relies on a logical condition that evaluates to a Boolean value in order to return one piece of code or another. What are the control statements? A control statement is a statement that determines whether other statements will be executed, and if a statement decide whether to execute another statements, means here we just use if statement. So if statement means when your one condition is false, so it will go to the another condition and it will execute the another conditions or decide which of two statements to execute. For loops are typically used to execute the controlled statements a given number of time, means when you are just needing one statement many times, so we just use control statements in our code. So these are the statements in the C++. This is the beginning section of our this lecture, and in next lecture we are going to start our statements in C++, like if statement, if else statements, else if statement, break, and the continue statements, for loop, while loop, do while loop, and etc. Thanks for watching this introductory section with control statement. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture or regarding to any of the lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the if statement in C++. The ability to control the flow of your program, letting it make decision on what code to execute, is valuable to the programmer. The if statements allow you to control if a program enter a section of code are not based on whether a given condition is true or false. So we just using the if statements. So this lecture will help you to learn about the if statement in C++. Let's just see the basic syntax of the if statements, that how if statements work. You just simply use a keyword name if, then test expressions, okay, or any of the expressions here, and then here you just write a statement. So here you just execute this statement. So the if statements evaluate the test expression inside parentheses. You just see here it will test the expressions inside the parentheses. Let's just see how the result we just test is greater than 5. So it will test this expressions inside the parentheses. If test expressions is evaluated true, means if test
is greater than 5, means this is true. So the statement inside the body of if is execute. If expression is evaluated to false, the statement inside the body of if statement is skipped and will go to the next statement. Let's just see the example of this if statement in C++. I just simply write hash include and input out to string. Then using namespace and std. Here I just print the main function, and after this main function I just create a variable name which is number. Then here I just write cout, which is enter an integer or enter a number. Okay, now just close this code here, and then I just take the user input with the help of cin. Now number, I just take a user input as a number here. Now this is the time to add if statement. So it will now I'm just using if statement. So if is a keyword here, remember that, and then number which is greater than 0. Okay, so it will check if the number is positive or not. So here I just write cout, and then cout here is I just write here you enter a positive integer. Okay, and then I just print the number with that output statement, and then here I just write end line for the single line break here. So this is our if statements in C++. Like I just check statements mean expressions here like if and the number which is greater than 0. Then it will print that result. If this statement is not true, so it will go to the another statement which is cout, and then here I just write this statement is always executed. Means if this statement is not true, so that statement will be executed right here. Okay, now here I just write return 0. So I just return this all statement. Now I just run this code right now. So here it's need a user input as the integer, enter an integer. So I just enter 6 right here. So you can see here it asking me you enter a positive integer which is 6, and this statement is always executed. You can see here this statement is always executed because there is no if or else statement with that. So this is simply the output. Okay, so I just remove this one and then execute right here. So first of all I just run this code right now, and then run here, and then add. So I just add minus value here, means the negative value here. So negative minus 6. So you can see here it will not give me the result right here. So you can see right now minus 6. So you can see here this statement is always executed, but that will not give me the result as the negative integer, because you can see here, because I just simply write the if statements, it's always work with the positive integer, not the negative integer. So this is the simple program with the if statements. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know, and you can ask your question at Udemy question and answer section. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talking about the if-else statement in C++. An if-else statement is an programming is a conditional statement that run a different set of statements depending on whether an expression is true or false. It also works like if statement what we studied in the last lecture. So the if statement execute the code inside the body of if statement. If the test expression is true, and skip the code inside the body of else. If the test expression is false, it executes the code inside the body of the else statements and skip the code inside the body of if statement. Let's just see the syntax of this if and else statement, and then I just write else statement, and then here I just write the statement of this else statement. So this is the expression here. So now you can see here, if this statement is true, so it will execute the statement of that if statement. If this statement is false, like in our last lecture, means we have only the one statement like positive, okay, which was take only the positive integer. So here you just simply write this is a positive integer, and if this statement is true, minus like you can write add -6 with your this statement, so it will go to the else statement and it will print the result like this is the negative integer. So this is a simple concept of if and else statement in C++. Now we just see the coding example of that, and here I just copy this old code, and you can see here this is a keyword of if statement, and if number which is greater than or equal to 0 right here, so it will print you enter a positive integer right here. Okay, if this statement is false, so we just simply go to the else statement. So else is a keyword here. Okay, so cout, and the cout here is you just write you enter a negative, it's a negative integer. Okay, and then here is write number, which is the end line right here. Okay, and this is the less than sign. So our this if statement is true, so it will execute this statement, or if this statement is false, so it will go to the you enter a negative integer right here. Okay, and then I just simply print cout, and cout here I just write this statement is always executed, as close this code right here. So or return, which is 0 right here. Okay, and close this code here. Now I just run this code, and statement, you can see here it's need an integer, so I just first add the positive integer, so you enter a positive integer, and this statement is always executed. Now I just check this statement with a negative integer, so you can see here you enter a negative integer, means you can see here at the first of let's just see this code first. So you can see here I just entered a negative integer, so it will skip this statement and it will go to the else statement here, because this statement is false, and it will go to the true statement, so it will execute the value as a negative integer. If I add positive integer right here, so you can see here you enter a positive integer, and you can see here our this statement is execute, so it skipped this else statement right here. So this is the if and else statement in our C++ course. If you find any of the problem regarding to this if else statements, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome back to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about if else and else if statement. So let's just see that how this if else statements work. So the if else statement executes two different codes depending upon whether the test expression is true or false. Sometime choose has to be made of more than two possibilities. The nested if else statements allows you to check for multiple test expressions and execute the numbers of different codes for more than two conditions. Let's just see the example of the nested if else statement. So first I just check the syntax of that if statement and then the expressions right here. Then we have the more than one expressions, so we just simply use as if. So as if is the keyword here, and then
the expression number 1 right here, expression number 2 right here, and then else if expression number 3, and then we just go to the else statement. So this is our first expression, second, third, and the fourth expression. If this statement is true, so it will execute these block of code. If this is false, so it will go to the else if, and then else. So it will check the statement like sequence wise, first, second, third. If it's find the true statement, so it will execute any of the true statement from this code. Now just see the example of that. So here I just copy this if statement, and here after this if statement I just go to the else if, and here I just provide the expression like number which is less than 0. Okay, and then here I write cout, and the cout right here is, sorry, and here I write you enter a negative integer, and then I just write number and then end line. Okay, so this is my if else statement here, and then I just go to the else statement, and then I just print cout, and then here I write you enter 0. Okay, and sorry, and then here I write end line. Now I just go to cout, and here I write this is always executed statement, and then return 0. Now just check the output for this code. So we have an error of missing the parenthesis right here, and you can see here it's need an integer, so I just first add integer 9. So you can see here you enter a positive integer, means there is no minus sign involved with this integer, and then I just write -6. So you can see here you enter a negative integer right here because this is less than 0. Now I just go to the else statement. So I just write 0, so you enter the positive integer, and here I just write this one. Okay, and execute. So I just first add the positive integer, so you can see here it execute this block of code, means if find this statement find the result in this block of code, so it will execute this block of code. Then we just see 6, so you can see here, so it is -6, so it will find the result here is if else statement, in the if else statement, so it will execute this block of code. So this is a simple concept of if else if statement in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture or regarding to this nested if else statement or our this if statements, because we are just using these if else statements in our next lectures, so this is very important to make your concept right here. So if you find any of the problem regarding to these lectures, so please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the statements and the flow control in C++, or you can say that the decision making in C++. A simple C++ statement is each of the individual instruction of a program. Like the variable, declaration, and expression seen in the last lectures, they always end with a semicolon and are executed in the same order in which they appear in a program. But programs are not limited to a linear sequence of the statement. During its process, a program may repeat segments of a code or take decision and prefix. For that purpose, C++ provides flow control statements that serve to specify what has to be done by our program when and other means and unders with circumstances. Decision making in C++ is about deciding the order of the execution of statement based on certain conditions or repeat a group of statements until the certain specified condition is not met. C++ handles decision making by supporting the following statement like if statement, switch statement, condition operator statement, and go to statement. But in this lecture, we are going to learn about if statement, if else statement, and nested if statement. Now we just see the example of the if statement. So what is if statement? If, and then you can write expressions here. Then this statement inside this expressions. So this is the if statement. Means if A is equal to B, so C out, like C out A is equal to B. Okay, so this is called if statement. Now we just see the example of this if statement. So if include, hash include IO stream, and then integer main using name space std, and here I just write integer x and y. So x which is equal to 15 and y which is equal to 10. Now I just use if conditions here. So if x is greater than y, so C out x is greater than y. So this is simple if statement in C++. So this is if statement. Now, and it is hash include. Okay, and IO stream, and now I just execute this code. So we have an error, yes, this one, because I just not write this library in these expressions, and here execute this code, and yes. Now you can see the output of the if x is greater than y. So you can see x is greater than y as an output because x value is 15 and y is 10, so x is greater than y. Now we just go through if else statement. So the if else statement is like here I just write if, and here is boolean expressions, and here you just write a statement and go to the else statement here. Okay, and then this statement here means our this statement is true, so it will go to the program termination. Otherwise means it's if this condition is false, so it will go to the else condition and execute this else condition here. Now I just create the program for else statement, hash include, and iostream using namespace integer main, and then I'll just write a local variable here, integer a which is equal to 20 and integer b which is equal to for that purpose I just write integer a which is 200, and then I just write if condition. So if a is less than 20, so cout which is a is less than 20. Okay, so first of all we just check the boolean expressions here, then we just print the true conditions here, and now we just go to the, and here I just write end line, and now we just go to the else condition. So else is cout, and then I just write here which is a is not less than 200. Okay, so now sorry 20, it's not 200, and this is end line. Okay, so this is our else statement. Now we just go to the cout. So cout, and the value is value of a is, so I just print the value of a, so a here and then end line. Okay, return 0. Now I just execute this program. So you can see a is not less than 20, then the value of a is 200. So this is a simple example of if else statement. Now we just see the example of if else if statement. An if statement can be followed by an optional else if else statement, which is very useful to test the various conditions using the single if else if statement. When using if else if and else statements, there are few points you can keep in your mind. And if can have the 0 or 1 else, and it must come after any else, means many else if conditions. And if can have 0 to many else if, and they must come before the else. Once an else if succeeds, none of the remaining else if or else will be tested, means or executed. See the new, and here I just write hash include iostream using namespace std integer main, and in integer main I just write int a which is equal to 300. Then I just check the boolean expression, so the if a which is equal to 10 and cout which is the value of a is 10, and it is end line. Okay, now I just go to the else if condition. A which is equal to 20, and then cout which is value of a is 20 here, and end line, sorry here it's a end line, and then I just go to one another else if condition. So here I just write a is equal to 30, and here I just write sorry a which is equal to 30, and here I just write cout, and here is write value of a is not matching here. Okay, and then I just write end line. Now we just go to the else statement, and here I just write else, and the else is cout, and the value of a is not match. And here I just did a little mistake, which is a value of a is 30, and then it's end line. Okay, now we just go to the cout. Here is write exact value of exact value of a is, and here I just write a, and then end line. Okay, now if else if. So what we do in this program, first of all, I just define a variable which is a, and the value of variable is 300. Then I just check the boolean condition, which is a is equal to 10, and if a is equal to 10, so print value of a is 10. Else a which is equal to 20, and if a is equal to 20, so print the value of a is 20. Then same like else if, and then we just go to the else condition. If none of these condition is true, so this condition will be printed, and this is the value of a. Now I just run this code, and here it's end line, and yes, and again I just execute this program, and you can see the value of a is not matched because we have 10, 20, 30, so that's why it's not match, and the exact value is 300. So this is a simple example of if else if. Now we just see the example of nested if statement. So nested if statement is always legal to nested if else statement, which means you can use one if or else if statement inside another if or else if statement. Let's see in the example. Hash include iostream, and this is iostream. Okay, using namespace std, and then I just write int main, integer a which is equal to 100, integer b which is equal to 150. Now I just check the condition. So if a which is equal to 100, so let's write nested if. So if b which is equal to 150, and here I just write cout and print value of a is 100 and b is 150. Okay, and end line. Now I just write cout value of a is, and here I just write a and end line. Then I just cout and the value of b is, and b and end line. Okay, and here b. Now nested if, and here is write return 0. Okay, now let's run this output, and the value of a is 10 and the B is 150 and the value is 100, and the B is 150. So this is a simple example of nested if statement in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to create a program which check the leap year. So this program is totally based on if else and nested if else statement, because we are just clearing your concept with if else statement. So this program checks whether an year integer entered by the user is a leap year or not. So this is a simple program for the leap year. So let's just see the coding example of that leap year. So here I just simply add, and here I just write hash include, and then input output stream. Then here I just write using namespace std and the main function. Okay, now I just take an integer which is the name of year, because we are just making the program of leap year, so that's why I just take a variable right here of year. So you just take any of the variable with your integer, because this is very understandable that year, so that's why I just take year with this integer. So C out, and here is write enter a year, enter a year, and then I just close this code right here, and I just take the user input. So pass year in the user input, which is cin. Now here I just use if statement. So if year is the percent of 4, which is equal to 0, so all years which are perfectly divisible by 4 are leap years, except for century years. So century years end with 00 sign, which is the leap year, only it is perfectly divisible by 400. For example, we have the year 2012, 2004, 1969 and 68 etc. are the leap year, but 1971, 2006 etc. are not leap year. Similarly, 1200, 1600, 2000 and 24,000 are the leap years, but 1700, 1800, 1900 etc. are the not leap year. So this is a simple concept of that one. That's why I just divide years divided by 4. So this is a divisible by 4, so which is equal to 0. And then here inside another if statement, so this is called nested if else statement. So nested if statements. Okay, so this is nested if statement. So if statement inside another if statement. Okay, and then percent which is equal to 100, which is equal to 0. So this is a century years. Okay, and then one another if. So this is if inside another if and then another if. So this is called nested if. So remember that. So year which is a percent sign of 400, which is equal to 0. And here I just write cout, which is the resultant value of year. And this will print the real year. And then here I just write year is a leap year. Okay, I just close this code right here, because this is a leap year, because this is divisible by 400, and it will go to the else statement. So here I just write cout, and the cout right here is year, and the year here is I just write year is not a leap year. Okay, then I just go to the one other else statement. So else here is I just write cout and year which is a leap year. Okay, and I just close this code here. Then I just go to another else statement and cout, which is year, and then which is not a leap year. Okay, and then I just close this code here. So return zero. So here I just remove this and I just add this here and here. Okay, now I just run this code right now. So you can see here it's executing and it's need a year. So I just write 2018. So you can see 2018 is not a leap year. You can see here. Now I just add 2004. So 2004 is a leap year because it is divided by 4. And in this program we are just using integer, which is year, then cout the result, which is enter a year. Then take the user input right here, then if statement for checking the leap year or not. So I just divide this by 4, and then if year, which is the percentage sign, means divisible by 100, so which is equal to 0, and then if year, which is a percentage sign of 400, which is equal to 0, so it will print this is the leap year because this is divisible by 100. If this is not divisible by 400, so it will print this is not a leap year. Then it will go to the else statement and then else statement again. So this is the not leap year. So this is a simple program to ask the user to enter the year, and this program will check whether the year is entered by the user is leap year or not a leap year. So this is a simple program. You can maybe understand the if and else statement and if nested if else statement clearly in this example. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the switch statement or switch case in C++. This lecture will help you to learn or to create a switch case statement in C++ programming. So the ladder if else if statements allow you to execute a block of code amount many alternative. If you are checking on the value of a single variable in ladder, if else if statement, it is better to use switch statement. Means you are checking the value of a single variable in the ladder, so it's better to use switch statement instead of if else if statement. So the switch statement is often faster than if else if statement, but remember that not always. Let's just see, we have code block. This is our software. So this is the switch statement. Okay, and what is a switch case? So we are just using file, edit, view, search, project, build, debug and other menus. So these are our cases right here. So this is the simple example of the switch case here. So the syntax of the switch case here is you just simply use a keyword with switch, then switch, you just print the expressions right here. Then in the switch statement you just create cases. So case number 1, and then it close with colon, and then when you are just closing this case, so you just use a keyword which is the name of break, and simply you just write case number 2 and then break. So this is a simple syntax to write the switch statement. When a case constant is found that match the switch expression, control of program passed to the block of code associated with that case. So in that pseudocode, suppose the value of n is equal to that case number 2. The compiler will execute the block of code associated with the case statement until the end of the switch block or until the break statement is enclosed. So it will check all the statement and then it will print the case number 2 right here. So let's just see the example of this switch case. And here I just write hash include an input out stream. Then here I just write using namespace and std, then integer main right here. Okay, now I just take the character, and the character value here is 0, or sorry, it's a character, so character is O here. Then I just write a float data type, which is the number 1 and then number 2. Then I just write cout, and here I just write enter an operator. So this character O is for operator. So operator here are plus, minus, multiply and divide. Okay, now I just close this code right here. Now cn, which is equal to O. So I just take this operator, this character as the input. Now after that I just write cout, which is enter two operands. Okay, let's close this code right here. So operands means add 2 values right here. Okay, then cn and the number 1, then number 2. Then I just write switch case. So switch statement of this character 0. So 0, and then here I just start using the case number 1 right here, which is plus, and you just simply use a single quotation mark with your case and close with the colon here, no brackets involved with that case. So cout, which is number 1, and then I just write here plus sign and then number 2, and then here I just write is equal to, and then number 1 plus number 2. Okay, so this is a result of number 1 and the number 2, what we just add the operator here. So break statement right here. Now I just copy this case and the case number 2 for subtraction, division and multiplication. So this is for subtraction right here, subtraction, multiplication, and here it's a multiplication. This is for division and this is for division. So if any of these operators are not matched in the switch case, so a keyword is using, which is the default. It's a default. Okay, so default is a keyword when we are just using, like, we have no resultant found value in the switch case, so we just simply use default, and here I just write cout and then error, no operator match in this program. Okay, and just close this code right here and simply close with break statement. Okay, and then return 0.
Now I just run this code, and here hash include iostream, so hash include, sorry, it's hash include and input output stream. Now just check the code right here, and there's an error which is, this error is not shown to me, so no such an input output stream. So there's an error of this extension file right here. So here I just write switch, and then this is division sign here. Okay, so I just already create another new file with a switch case. So you can see here this is c++.c, so it will go to the mix up C and C++ files. So I just create a new file and copy this code here. Now I just run this code right now and check the output. So enter 2 operand, which is 2.3. So I just take the float value right here and then 4.6. So you can see here no error, no operator match in this program because I'm just not adding any of the operator right here. Okay, so run it again, and then here I write 2.3 plus 2.3. So you can see here error 2 operand. You can see it enter second number operand, and then when I just enter the second number operand, so it will show me the error here because I'm just adding 2 operand right here, which is 2.2 and 2.3. Let's just check the another output. Okay, so 2.3, and so I just add minus 2.3, sorry, 2.3, and then add the operand here. Okay, so here I just write 2.4. So you can see here 2.3 minus 2.4, which is equal to minus 0.1. So this minus operator entered by the user is to store in the character. Like when I just add this minus operator, so it will store in the character variable, and 2 operands means 2.3 and then 2.4 are stored in the variables, which is number 1 and the number 2 respectively. So then control of the program jumps to cout number 1 and the number 2 minus, you can see here control of the flow program goes to the case number minus. Okay, so it will go jump to this case. So finally it will break this statement, and with the switch statement you can see here it will break this statement, and if the break statement is not used, all the cases after this correct cases are executed. You can see here I just add this operand right here. So you can see here, sorry, I just add 2 operand together, so plus and 2 operand 2.3 and then 4, sorry, here plus 2.3 and then 5.6. You can see here 2.3 plus 5.6 is 9.7.9. So you just simply get the result with these operands. So simply add the operator right here and then 2 operand. Okay, so if you find any of the problem regarding this switch case, so please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be talking about switch statement in C++. A switch statements allow a variables to be tested for equality against a list of the value, and each value is called case, and the variables being switched on the checked for each case. The syntax of this switch statement is use the switch as a keyword, and then you can write the expressions here. Then case and the expressions of the case close with colon, statement, and then break. Okay, and at the last you have any number of case statements, use default. So it's default. Okay, and then use this statement here. So default is optional statements in this case. So the expressions used in a switch statement must have an integral or enumeration type, or be of a class type in which the class has a single conversion function to an literal or enumeration type. You can have any numbers of case statements within a switch. Each case is followed by the value of the compared to and a column. The expressions for a case must be the same data type as the variable in the switch, and it must be a constant or a literal. When the variable being switched on the equal to a case, the statement following that case will execute until a break statement is react. When a break statement is react, the switch terminates and the flow of a control jumps to the next line following the switch statement. Not every case needs to contain a break. If no breaks appear, the follow of control will fall through to subsequent cases until a break is reached. A switch statement can have an optional default case. I just told you the default case, which must appear at the end of the switch. The default case can be used for performing a task when none of the cases is true. No break is needed in this default case. Now we just see the simple example of this switch statement. As I already create the header files and namespace, now I just write the character as a grade which is equal to D. So our grade which is equal to D. Then switch, and this is switch as a keyword, and grade is our variable name. Then case A. So this is example to write the case, and then cout excellent. Okay, and here is write end line. So this is our first case. So I just break this statement here. Now I just go to the another case. So case B, and I just do not write any of the case in the B, and then I just write case C, which is cout, and I just write well done, or I just write in the case B, which is cout and good. Okay, and break. And here I just close this code, and here I just write the statement is break here. Now case which is D, and here I just write cout, and the cout is you pass. Okay, and which is end line. And here we just also write end line and the end line and break. Okay, now I just go to the case which is F. So this is our F case, and here is write cout, which is fail. Okay, and break. Now I just go to the default statement. So default, and cout, which is not graded. Okay, and then I just write cout your, and here is write your grade is, and then grade and the end line. Now return 0. Okay, and yes, now just check the output, and you can see the output means not graded, your grade is D. You can see here your grade is D here because I just write the grade as a D. So this is a capital D, so I just write here a small d. So you can see I am just pass here. You can see your grade is D. You pass. So first of all, I just take a character and give it the value which is grade is equal to D. Then use a keyword which is switch and grade and pass the expressions as a grade here. Then create the case, cout, and then break that case. So this is a simple example of a switch statement in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the continue statement in C++. Continue statement is used inside the loops. Whenever a continue statement is encountered inside a loop, control directly jumps to the beginning of the loop for next iteration, skipping the execution of the statements inside the loop's body of the current iteration. The syntax of the continue statement is simple. You just write continue. Now we just see the example of this continue statement, and here I just write a for loop. So for int number which is equal to 0, then I just write num which is less than or equal to 6, then num plus plus. Here I just write if num which is equal to 3, and I just write continue, and here I just write cout which is less than num, and then the empty string. Okay, now afterwards I just write here return, and the return is 0. So this means that when the value of num is equal to 3, this continue statement would be encountered, which would make the control to jump to the beginning of the loop for next iteration and skipping the current iterations here. You can see I just first of all I just define the for loop. I just cannot define as an integer here because I just write integer in the for loop, and then I just write if condition. So if 3 is equal to, sorry, num is equal to 3. So here I just define the continue statement, and then I just print cout and return 0. Now just check the output for this code. So the program is compiling here, and yes, this is the output. You can see this num is equal to 3, so 0 1 2, it's skip the 3 here, and 4 5 6. So this is a simple example of continue statement in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the break and the continue statement in C++. Break and the continue statements are two different statements in the C++. In C++ there are two statements which are break and continue, specifically to alter the normal flow of program. Sometimes it is described to skip the execution of loop for a certain test condition or terminate it immediately without checking the condition. For example, you want to loop through data of all aged people except people aged 65, or you want to find the first person aged 20. In this scenario, like these continue or break statement is used. So let's just see the example of the break statement and see how this break statement works. So the break statement is used to break or terminate a loop whatever we used. Just type a break as a keyword here. So after the statement after which you want to break the loop as simple as that. Remember, we had also used break statement in switch case and in the previous lectures. So let's just see the example of this break statement right here, and hash include, which is iStream, and then here I write using namespace, which is std. Okay, then integer main, so the main function right here, and then I just take integer n, then I just write for loop. So we just learn about loops in our next upcoming section. So n, which is less than or equal to 5, so just make a concept right here. So n is plus plus, operand, operator, operand. Okay, n which is equal to 1, n which is less than or equal to 5, and n which is plus plus. Use of loop with the brackets, and then cout, which is less than sign here, and then I just write static, close this code right here, and then end line. Okay, now if statement, so if n which is equal to 2, so I just write here, so I just write here break statement. So break is simply is a keyword here, so it is return 0. So in this iterations of loop, in this example, this multiplication sign, static sign, get, print, and the condition of n means n, any number which is equal to 2, you can see here this logic is checked. Since the value of n is 1, therefore the conditions become false and n plus plus increase. This n increment sign increase the value of n to 2 again. So static get the print, and since this time the condition of if satisfy the break statements and the loop will terminate. Now just see the example output of that code. So you can see here 2 time print, and then it will terminate that loop. Okay, you can see here n which is equal to 2. So now just see the continue statement. So continue statement here is I just copy this one, or I just copy this all code right here. Okay, so continue statement works similar to the break statement. So break statement simply terminate the loop, and the continue statement is start the loop again. So the only difference is that break statements terminate the loop, and the loop whether continue statement passed control to the conditional test. For example, where the condition is checked. In shorts, it press control to the nearest conditional test in do while loop, and here or the condition of while loop in the while loop, or the condition of for a statement is skipping the rest of the statement in the loop. So this is the simple continue statement. So I just remove this for loop right here, and here too. So I just take so here n, integer n which is equal to 1, and then here I just use while. So while is a loop here, so while is a keyword also which is used for while loop, and while is 10. So this is expression of while loop. We will learn about while loop in our next section. So if statement, so if n which is equal to 5, and then n which is equal to n plus 1. Okay, so after this n plus 1 I just use continue statement. So simply write continue as a keyword right here, and then cout which is n is equal to and less than sign, and then I just print this n here. So then end this line here and this increment operator. Okay, now I just run this code, and you can see here this while loop is continue up to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. You can see here n which is less than 10, so it will break this 5 statement right here. Okay, and then continue from 6 7 8 and 9. So in this example n is equal to 5 is not printed because as the value of n becomes 5. The if conditions become true and the statements in the body of the if statement get executed. Thus n which is equal to n plus 1 increase the value of n to the 6. And continue statement pass to the control of the test condition, and then rest of the statement are not executed. So it will print the value of cout which is n is equal to, and then print n and end line which is n plus plus, so increment operator. So it will go to this statement. Okay, so these two statements are not executed when n is 5. So then again the iteration is start and the number gets print from 6. So it will simply skip the 5 right here because this loop is stopped right 5 with the help of this logic, n which is equal to 5 and then n plus 1 after this continue statement. So if you find any of the problem regarding to this break and continue statements, so please let me know. So it's important to clear your concept right here. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talking about the goto statement in C++. A goto statement provides an unconditional jump from the goto to a labeled statement in the same function. Goto statement is used for transferring the control of the program to a given label. Let's just see the example of that. Syntax of that goto. So goto is a simply keyword here, and then label underscore name. This is simple syntax of the goto statement. And now just see the example of that goto statement. So here I just write hash include and input out stream. Then here I start using namespace which is std, and then go to the main function. Okay, so integer number here, so I just take one integer here, and then cout which is I just write enter a number, and then after that I just write cin, so I just add the user input as a number. So here I just use if statement which is the number, and the percentage sign means it is divisible by, it is a modulus of 2 which is equal to 0, and which is goto and print. Okay, so here I just use goto as a keyword, and then I just use print right here. So it will jump to the print function. Okay, now I just go to write else statement, and else statement here is cout, and then here I just write odd number. Okay, close this semicolon, and then I just use print as this goto function, so it will go to the print. So here I just write goto, so it will jump to this print function, and then here I just write cout which is even number. Okay, and then return 0. Now just check the output. So I just add 40. So you can see here I just add the even number here. So here you can see it's checked the modulus of 2 here, and then it will jump to, means go to. I just use this go to as a keyword, so it will jump to this function and it will print the even number right here. So this is a simple program of the go to statement here. Note that use of go to statement is highly discouraged because it's make difficult to trace the control flow of a program, making the program hard to understand and hard to modify. So any programs that use a go to can be rewritten so that it does not need to go to. So this is simple program with the go to statement, and if you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be studied about the goto statement in C++. The goto statement is used for transferring the control of a programs to a given label. The syntax of the goto statement is like here I just write goto and then label underscore name. So this is a simple syntax of the goto, and the program structure like label 1, and then here I just write goto label 2 and then label 2. So this is a program structure. In a program we have any number of goto label, like label number 1 and then label number 2. Now I just write a example of goto statement. So I just write int and num. Now I just write cout, and cout here is enter a number, and then I just take a user input which is cin and then num. Now if statement, so if num is a modulus of 2 which is equal to 0, so I just write goto and print. Then I just go to the else. So else is cout, and the cout here is odd number. Here I just write print means the label, and cout which is even number, and return 0 here. So as you can see here in this program, I just have any number of a goto and the label statement. The goto statement is followed by a label name. However, goto statement is encounter the control of the programs, which is jump to the label specified in the goto statement. Now just execute this program and see the expected output. And here you can see I just enter a number which is 20, and this is the even number. So it is directly go to the number here. You can see even number. And now I just click on compile again, and here I just write 21. So this is odd number. Okay, so it is directly go to the print, means odd number, and then go to the print which is even number. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to be learn about C++ loops and its type. There may be a situation when you need to execute a block of code several number of times. In general statements we are executed sequentially. The first statement is in a function is executed first, followed by the second, and so on. Programming languages provide various control structures that allow for more complicated execution path. A loop statement allows us to execute a statements or a group of statements the multiple number of time. We have the different types of loop. First one is while loop, second number is for loop, do while, and nested loop. In this lecture we are going to be learn about the while loop. A while loop statement repeatedly execute a targeted statement as long as the given condition is true. For that while loop I just write a code or a syntax, and this is the condition here, means while and condition and then a statement. So this is a simple syntax of the while loop. Now we just go through the code of the while loop. So here I just write integer a, which is equal to 10. I just define a local variable, or I just declare the local variable here, and here I just use while as a keyword, and a which is less than 20. Then I just write count, and which is cout, which is the value of a, and then here I just pass the value of a, and then end line, and then a, which is the increment operator here. Now return 0. So as you can see here, this statement may be a single statement or a block of a statement, means this is the statement of this code. The conditions may be any expressions, plus is equal to, less than, or greater than, means, and it is true in any non-zero value. The loop iterates while the condition is true, mean when the loop iterates when the condition is true. Now we just check the output, and yes, you can see here the while loop means 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and up to 19. And the value, when the value comes 20, so loops end. So this is a simple example of while loop in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talking about the loops in C++, but we are completely focused on the while loop. Loops are used in programming to repeat a specific block of code. In this lecture you will learn to create while loop in C++. In computer programming, loops repeats a certain block of code until some end condition is met. There are three types of loops in C++ programming, which is for loop, while loop, and do while loop. Let's just talk about the while loop in C++. Let's just see how this while loop works. The while loop evaluates the test expression first, means it will evaluate the expression first, which is the test expression. If the test expression is true, code inside the body of while loop is executed. Then the test expression is evaluated again. This process goes on until the test expression is false. When the test expression is false, the while loop is terminated. Note that the important point to note when using while loop is that we need to use increment or decrement statement inside the while loop, so that the loop variable gets changed on each iteration and at some point conditions return false. This way we can end the execution of while loop, otherwise the loop would execute indefinitely. So let's just see the syntax of this while loop. So syntax is so much important of the so much simple in the while loop, which is while. You just simply write the keyword which is while, and you just write test expression right here, and then the block of code. This is the simple way to use, means to write the while loop. So I just create a new file, and here I just write while loop.c++, because this is, I just create a C file right here. Okay, and now just start work with while loop. Let's just see the example of this while loop. So here in this example, I am just creating the number of factorial with the help of while loop. So simply write hash include and iostream. So iostream here is input output streaming. Then namespace file right here. So namespace, which is std. Then I just paste the main function. So the main function here is integer number. So integer number is my first integer here. Then I just write I, which is equal to 1. This is my second integer, and at the last I just write fact for the factorial, and factorial here is 1. So I just take three variables right here, which is the number I, which is equal to 1, and factorial, which is equal to 1. So I just simply take factorial in the place of fact. Then I just write cout, which is here I just write enter a positive integer right here. Okay, so I just add the output statement, which is enter a positive integer. So I just take the user input right here, and which is the number, and which is our integer here. Now it's time to create the while loop with the help of while as a keyword. So I, which is less than or equal to number. Okay, so I just open this statement, and here I just write fact, and fact, which is static, is equal to 1. So this is the factorial formula, means fact, which is equal to factorial multiplied by I. So it will simply multiply these two statements with the help of this factorial as a variable. So I plus plus or plus plus I, both are same. Now cout, which is I just write here factorial of, and then here I just write number, so factorial of this number, and which is equal to, which is equal to fact. Okay, so factorial of this number, which is equal to this fact. Okay, means factorial of number, and which is equal to this logic here, and it will return 0. So our code for this factorial program is complete here. So first of all, hash include iostream, the library or the header file, using namespace, main function, and integer number. So I just take three integer right here, then cout and output statement, then cin, which is number. Then I just create while loop with the help of while as a keyword, which is I is less than or equal to this number, which is our input statement. Okay, and then factorial, which is the multiplication of I. So factorial and factorial multiply I. This statement means that factorial and factorial multiply by I. And then I just use then increment operator here. Then cout factorial of this number is equal to our this factorial. Okay, and I will write that return 0. So run as a code right now, and there's an error. So error here, which is this quotation right here. Yes. And now I just run this code, and you can see here enter a positive integer. So I just write 2. So factorial of 2, which is equal to 1. So here I just write 25. So factorial of 25 is also 1 here, because this is factorial, and factorial which is equal to I. So this is the simple program what I just write here with the help of factorial. Okay, so let's just see this program. The user is asked to enter the positive integer which is stored in the variable number. Let's suppose I just add here the number 2. Okay, or I just add the number 4 right here. So 4 factorial is 1. Okay, so initially I, which is equal to 1, it tests the expression I, which is less than number. Okay, so it's true, and the factorial becomes 1. So variable I is up to date to 2. Test expression is true, and factorial become 2 right here. Then variable I is updated to 3. Okay, and then test expression is true and factorial becomes 6. So same like this one. So if the variable is updated to 5, the test expression becomes false and while loop is terminated. You can see here. So this is while loop and the while loop is terminated right here. Now we just see one another program in the while loop which is so simple, and let's just start work with it. And here is write while loop2.c++. So here I just copy this header files right here and close this file here, and here I just simply write the integer I which is equal to 1. So here I just write while. So while is a loop keyword here, and which is I is less than or equal to 6, and then cout, and the cout here is the value of variable is which is print I and end line, and then here I just write I++. Okay, so the loop would continue to the print the value of I until the given condition is like I is less than or equal to 6, return false. So the loop will continue to the print. Okay, otherwise it will go to the return statement which is false. And let's just see the result of this while loop, and which is, you can see here, it will execute up to 6 times, means from 1 to 6, 1 2 3 4 5 and up to 6. So it will print and 6, and after this 6 the conditions become false, so it will terminate the loop. So this is a simple example of the while loop in C++. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture and anywhere you not understand the logic or anything, please let me know. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the do while loop in C++. Unlike for and the while loop which test the loop condition at the top of the loop, the do while loop check its condition at the bottom of the loop. Means a do while loop is similar to a while loop. Expect that a do while loop is generated to execute at least one at a time, means the condition become true or false. It will give you the result, or means it is generated once at the time to the execution. So let's just see the syntax of this do while loop. So simply we just write do and then the while where we check the expression, and while where we check the expression. Okay, so this is simple syntax of the do while loop. The do while loop is variant of the while loop, which is with a one important difference. The body of the do while loop is executed once before the test expression is checked. So I just told you that. So the code inside the body of the loop is executed at least once, then only the test expression is checked. If the test expression is true, the body of the loop is executed. This process continues until the test expressions become false. Means when the test expression become false, so the loop will terminate it. Okay, now we just go to the output coding example of this do while loop here. So simply write hash include and then input out the stream filing, and then using namespace which is the std and std right here. So integer main function here, and then after this main function I just write float. So float is a data type here, so float number which is sum is equal to 0.0. Then I just print do. So do here is a keyword, so cout, and here is write enter a number, and cin which is the number, and then sum, and I just write sum plus number. Okay, then we just go to the while statement. So while loop, which is the number is not equal to 0.0, and then cout, which is total sum, and the total sum which is equal to sum, so it will print the sum right here. So return 0. Okay, now we just check the output. So here is the while loop, and then while number is not equal to 0.0, and here I just simply close this with semicolon, because this is the expression right here. So this is a simple syntax to write this for loop. So enter a number right here. So I just enter the number 2, number 3, 4, 6, and 5, and here you just see that I just add the value of this one. So as you can see here, it is executing when the conditions become false. So I just add 2, 3, 6, 6, 5, 5, 4, 5, and minus 9.2. So this is the input what I am giving here. So it will sum with the number, and then it will go to the while statement, which is not equal to 0.0 and the total sum, and which is print the sum right here. So 23.0. So you can see here it is taking all the numbers right here. Okay, when the conditions become false. So you can see here, and you can see here again. So I just terminated by mistake. So 2.3, sorry, 230, 2.0, 6.0, and I just write 0.0. So it will give me the sum of the total, which is 2.38, sorry, 238. So it will give us the result on the condition which is not equal to, means 0.0. So it will give us the result because the loop gets terminated on 0.0 right here. So this is a simple example of the do while loop in C++. If you find any of the problem, or you just not understand any of the thing regarding to this code or regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to be learn about do while loop in C++. Unlike for loop and while loop, which test the loop condition at the top of the loop, the do while loops check its condition at the bottom of the loop. A do while loop is similar to the while loop, except that a do while loop is generated to execute at least one at a time. Means if a condition is true or a false, the do while loop is executed once at a time. The syntax here is do, and then you just write while, and here you just write a statement and the condition here. Remember that the condition expressions appear at the top of the loop, so the statement in the loop execute once before the loop is tested. If the condition is true, the flow of controls jump back up to do, and the statements in the loop execute again, so this process repeat until the given condition is false. Now we just see the example of the do while loop, and here in the main file I just write integer, which is number is equal to 1, then do, and here just write cout, and cout which is the value of number, and here I just write number and end line. Okay, now I just write the increment operator here, and then go to the while statement. So while loop number is less than or equal to 8, the output sorry, here is write return 0. Let's run this code. So we have an error, yes. and now I just run it again. So as you can see here, the value of the number is 1, 2, 3, 4 and up to 8. If this condition is false, I mean I just write 9 here. Now let's check the output. So loop is executed once at a time. You can see here it's executed once at a time. So this is the simple example of the do while loop in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the while loop in C++. A while loop that never stops is said to be the infinite while loop. While we give the condition in such a way so that it's never return false, then the loops become infinite and repeat itself indefinitely. So let's just see the example of this while loop in C++. So simply I just include the header file, and which is input output stream. Then using namespace, which is std, and integer main. Okay. Now here I just write int I, which is equal to 1. So this is my variable here. Then it is the infinite while loop, so I just write I, which is while, which is the expression of I less than 6. While is a keyword here, and then cout, which is I just write here the value of variable I is, and then I and end line. Okay, and then I, which is the decrement operator. Let's just see that how this while loop, infinite while loop is work. So it is executing. So you can see here it is going to down, down, down and down again. You can see with the help of this increment operator. It's just, if I just write this decrement operator right here, and if I just write increment operator, so the value goes to the plus. So you can see here this value goes to the minus, and this loop execute many and many numbers of time. Okay, so if you find any of the problem regarding to this infinite numbers of while loop lecture, please let me know. This is so much simple, you can see here. So I just simply write integer I, which is equal to 1, while loop, which is I is less than 6, and cout, which is print only I right here, and I just simply add the decrement operator to execute this while loop to the many numbers of time. So thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture. Welcome to this lecture, and it's time to get started with the very expensive and mostly used loop in the C++ programming or any of the programming language, which is the for loop. So as I just told you that loops are used in the programming to repeat the specific block of code. In this lecture you will learn to create a for loop in C++ programming with the help of example. So there are three types of loop, which is for, while and do while loop. And in the while loop we have the do while loop and the infinite numbers of while loop, what I just create in my last lecture. So let's just see how this while loop for loop is working. So for, and here the syntax is simply a little bit tricky, which is here I just write initializer or initialization statement. So here you just simply write the initialization statement, then test expression. So it will test the expression here and then update the statement here. So this is the simple syntax of the for loop. First of all, you just initialize the statement, then test the expression, and then update the expressions. Operand, operator, operand. Simply the concept like this one. Okay. So how this for loop works? The initialization statement is executed only once at
beginning. You can see here this statement will execute once at the beginning. Then it will go to the test expression. So then the test expression is evaluated. If the test expression is false, the loop is terminated, but if the test expression is true, the code inside the body of for loop is executed and update expression is updated. It will go to the update statement right here. Again, the test expression is evaluated and the process repeat until the test expression is false. Okay, so simply this is a simple syntax and the concept of the for loop. Let's just see the example of this for loop with the help of factorial example. So hash include and input output streaming right here. Then using namespace, which is the std, and integer main function. So main function is a by default function. We have some of the user defined function also. We are talking about that user defined in our next lectures. So here I just write fact, and fact which is equal to 1. Same like the while loop, and cout which is less than. Here I just write enter a positive integer. Okay, and then cn, it will take the input as the n, means this number. Okay, then for, and here I just write I which is equal to 1 and I which is less than or equal to n and I plus plus. So you can see here, first I just initialize this statement right here, which is I is equal to 1. Then it will check the expression and update a statement with the help of increment or the decrement operator. Okay, now here I just write fact as a factorial keyword, which is a multiplication of factorial, which is equal to I. Okay, so the reason behind that, factorial which is equal to factorial multiply I, and then cout which is factorial of, and then here I just write and then here I just write n. So number, it will print the number right here, and which is equal to and which is equal to fact. Okay, and return 0. Now just check the output. So yes, so here is an error which is a factorial of, and which will print the n and then the factorial. Okay, now just run it again, and I just add an integer which is 25. It's 25, and you can see here the factorial of the 25 is this one. Okay, so this is a simple program with the help of factorial. So in this program, user is asked to be enter a positive integer which is the 25 here, and which is stored in the variable n. So it will store in the variable n here. Suppose or not suppose, you just enter 25, and here is a working of for loop. Like, first of all, it will initialize I is equal to 1. So it will initialize that I is equal to 1. Then it will check the expression, means I is less than or equal to n or not. Okay, and then the factorial becomes 1. Okay, so I is updated to 2 and test expression is 2 and becomes to 2. So these like this one, so it will goes up to 25 and check the conditions become true or false. So it will give us the result right here. So this is a simple syntax of the for loop in the C++ programming. So remember that for loop is very much important in any programming language. So if you find any of the problem regarding this for loop, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the for loop in C++. A for loop is a repetition control structure that allow you to efficiently write a loop that's need to execute a specific number of times. Now we see the example, or not the example right now. First of all, I just see the syntax of this for loop. So for, and here I just initialize, then condition which is true or 5, and then increment operator, and then statement of the code. For loop is most important loop in any programming language, remember that. So first step, I just initiate the loop. So initiate step is execute first and only once. This step allow you to declare and initialize any loop control variable. You are not required to put a statements here, and means as long as a semicolons appear. Our next statement is the condition. So the condition is evaluated if it is true or false. The body of the loop is executed. If it is false, the body of loop does not execute and flow of control jump to the next statement after the for loop. After the body of the loop executes, the flow of the controls jump back up to the increment statement. This statement can be left back as long as semicolon appear after the colon. The condition is now evaluated again. If it is true, the loop execute and the process repeats itself. Body of the loop, then increment step, and then again condition. After the conditions become false, the for loops terminated. Now we just see the example of the for loop. So for loop, I just write here integer a which is equal to 10. So I just initialize the a here. A is less than 20, the condition. A which is equal to a plus 1, increment operator. Now here I just write cout value of a, and then a and end line. And here I just write return 0. Execute this code, and you can see the for loop which is start from 10, and we just need this for loop up to 20. If I just write this for loop as a 1 or a 0, and I just want to execute this for loop up to 20, so you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and up to 19. So this increment operator add 0 with 1, so value is 1 here, 1 with 1, 2, 2 with 1, 3, 3 with 1, 4, and up to 19. So this is a simple example of the for loop in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the nested for loop in C++. A for loop or a nested for loop means a loop can be inside another loop, which is called for loop. So we have the nested while loop, nested do while loop, and nested for loop, but in this lecture we are completely focused on the nested for loop. So the syntax of the nested for loop is like this one is for loop, and then inside another loop you just simply write the nested for loop, means loop inside another loop. It is also called while loop. It is also used in while loop, do while loop, and etc. Let's just see the example of this nested for loop in C++. So I just copy this one, and here I just paste it, and here first of all I just create an integer I and integer j. Integer I and integer j. Integer I is for loop number 1 and integer j for the loop number 1. So I just create two data types here. First I just write for loop, and then again I just write for loop. Okay, here I just write I which is equal to 2, I is less than 100, I which is equal to 2, and I which is less than 100, and I is plus plus. This is our first loop which is used in the for loop. And now the nested for loop, j which is equal to 2, so I just create this value as j, take this value 2, then j which is less than or equal to, so I just write here I divided by j. Okay, and then plus, sorry, here, and j plus plus. So now here I just define the if condition here, if not, and I is the percentage sign of j, means I is the modulus of j. So here I just write break statement. If not I is modulus of j, so here this statement is break. Means if the factor found not prime, so here this is the program for the prime number. So if the factor is found as a not prime, so this condition will break here. So now I just write if j is greater than, which is I divided by j. So I just write C out I, and then here I just write is prime, sorry, it's prime and slash n for a single line break here. Okay, and then return 0. Check the output right now, and yes, so it will found the prime number in 02, sorry, I just nested for loop dot c++, and then execute it again. So you can see here it founds the number of prime in the 100 figure. You can see here 0 to 100, no sorry, 2 to 100. So 2, 3, 5, 7, 11 and up to 97s are the prime numbers. So you can see here, so this is a simple logic of the prime number with the help of nested for loop. So simply the concept of the nested for loop is loop inside the another loop. We just need two loop inside, means two loop at one time, like loop inside the another loop. So we just simply use the nested for loop here. Okay, if you find any of the problem regarding to the nested for loop, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to be learn about the nested loop in C++. A loop can be nested inside the another loop. Allows at least 256 level of nesting. I just told you that nested means a statement inside another statement or loop inside another loop. Example, we have the for loop. We initiate means initialize, condition and increment operator for this loop, and then loops inside another loop like this one. Then this statement and this statement here. So this is a simple syntax of the for loop, nested for loop. And here I just make example of the nested for loop like integer I and j. Then I just write I which is equal to 2, I is less than 100, and I plus plus. Then another loop which is j is equal to 2, j is less than or equal to I divided by j, and then j plus plus. Okay, now here I write if condition. So if not I divided by j, so break this statement here. So this is for the prime. So if the factor is found, means not prime, so we just go to the if statement. So if j is greater than I divided by j, And here is write cout, which is less than I, and is prime slash n. Okay, and return 0. So as you can see here, I just define the nested for loop, and which is I is equal to 2 and I is less than 100 and I plus plus. Then I just go to the for loop, and for j is equal to 2, j is less than or equal to I divided by j, and j plus plus mean increment operator. Then if statement, if not I modulus of, and here it's a modulus of j, so break this statement here. Otherwise, if j is greater than I divided by j, so cout the value of I, and the value of I is prime. And I just not find the expected output of this program, and we just remove these brackets, and now just check the output. So you can see 2, 3, 5, 7 and up to 97 means the value range is 100 here, and these are the primes in this number range. So this is a simple example of the nested for loop in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and after working with nested for loop, so it's time to create something like different. Means when we are just using the nested for loop, so this means that the loop inside another loop, and here in this lecture we are just creating the example with for loop, which is programmed to print the half pyramid using statics. So it is a shape like triangle. So let's just see. I just import the libraries here and the header files, and then I just go to the integer and main function, and here I just write rows. So integer rows here, and then cout, which is enter number of rows, means how many numbers of rows you want to print here. Cin rows. Okay, now for loop and integer I. So I just not define the I integer here, so that's why I just write I with integer with I. So I which is equal to 1, and then I which is less than or equal to rows, and I plus plus. Okay, now for loop inside another for loop is a nested for loop. So integer j which is equal to 1, and then j which is less than or equal to I. Okay, and j plus plus. Now cout, which is static right here. Okay, and then cout, which is slash n. Okay, and then return 0. I just print this code. So here you can see here the first it will print this expression, so enter numbers of rows. So here I just said that print 10 numbers of rows. So it will take the user input here, then check the for loop that integer I which is equal to 1 and I is less than rows. So less than rows, and then go to the for loop which is j is equal to 1 and j which is less than or equal to I, and j plus plus. So it will print this static right here with the shape of triangle.
and here it will print the single line break after any statement executed. So 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, you can see here. So it will print 10 rows right here. So this is simple program of writing or to printing the triangle using steric numbers and the characters. So thanks for watching this lecture. If you find any problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the half pyramid using alphabet. So this is the second example of the nested for loop, and in this lecture what we are creating, let print half pyramid using alphabet. As you can see here on your screen, I just write include iostream using namespace std and integer main function. Inside the main function, I just define the characters right here, which is the input, and then alphabet. So I just write ALP for alphabet, which is equal to, I just write here capital A. Why I just take the characters right here? Because we are just working with the alphabets right here. So that's why I just take the input as the character. Then I just write cout and enter the upper case character you want to print in last row. Okay, so this is simply the output statement. Now I just take cin as the user input right here. So user will input this input right here. So this is simply the variable right here. Okay, now it's time to take the for loop. So for integer I, which is equal to 1, then I just write I, which is less than or equal to input, and input which is minus capital A and plus 1. So this is simply the statement for printing the input right here. So and then I just write the operand operator and operand which is I plus plus. Now for loop again. So this means that this is the nested for loop, because one loop inside another for loop. So this is nested for loop. So integer j, which is equal to 1, and j, which is less than or equal to I, and j plus plus. Cout, which is alphabet, and here I just pass the empty string right here. Then I just write alphabet is plus plus. So I just do an increment operator on it. So cout, which is end line. So it will print after, means it will leave one line after every statement or every line. So return which is 0. So as you can see here, first of all, I just include the header files, then integer main functions. I just take two variables as the input character and alphabet as a character. Then output statement, which is enter the uppercase character you want to print in the last row, and then take the user input as the cin, which is input. Then for loop, this is the logic right here for the for loop, which is integer I is equal to 1 and integer I is less than or equal to input minus a plus 1. So it will print the pyramid like the triangle shape, or it will print the half pyramid. Okay, sorry, it will print the half pyramid like the shape like this one. Okay, and I, which is plus plus. So for integer j, which is equal to 1, and j, which is less than I, and j plus plus. So here in this statement, I just take that j, which is equal to 1, then j, which is less than or equal to this I, and then j plus plus. Then cout, and it will print this alphabets, and then alphabets is the increment operator right here. It means when you just print like one time a, then in that second statement it will print bb and then ccc. So it will add one alphabet with another new line. and then dd and dt, like this one. Okay, so let's just see the output and build program, and then I just run this program. So here I just add a. So you can see here it's print the a right here. So now after this printing the a, I just need an alphabets for G, means 1 A to G. So it will print A, B, C, D, E, F and G. Then I'll run it again and write Z as a uppercase alphabet. So you can see here it's print up to A to Z as the half pyramid. So this is the simple program to print half pyramid using the alphabet. If you find any of the problem regarding to this lecture or any of my lecture, please let me know. And thanks for watching this lecture.
Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be learn about the functions in C++. Every developer often need to ability to break the programs up to smaller chunks that are easier to develop. Real-world programs can be many or of thousands or millions of line code without its ability to divide the program into the parts. Developing such large programs would quickly become impossible. C++ allows programmers to divide their code up into chunks known as functions. A function with a simple description and a well-defined interface to the outside world can be written and debugged without worrying about the code that's surrounding it. Function declarations tells the compiler about a function names, return types, and the parameters. A function definitions provide the actual body of the function. The C++ standard library provides numerous built-in functions that your programmers can call. For example, the functions which is star cat and another one is mem cap. Okay, so these are the two functions. What means two built-in functions. The star cat to concrete two strings functions and memory copies to copy one memory locations to another locations and many more functions. First of all, in this lecture, we define our function, then we declare our function, and then we call our functions. Okay. So, and at the last, we just pass the value of the function as an arguments. Now we just see how to define a function. You can always define the function from outside the main body. Like I have hash include iostream using name space std. Here I have int main, which is the main body. But when I just define the function, so I just write here return. Defining the function syntax is return type. Then you just write function name and then parameters of the list. And here you can write the body of the function. Okay, a C++ functions define consists of a function header and the function body. First of all, I just write here the return types. What is the return types? A function may have the return value. The return types is the data types of the value the functions return. Some functions perform the desired operations without returning a value. In this case, the return types is a keyword which is void. Then we go to the function name. This is the actual name of the function. The function name and the parameters list together constitute the function signature. Then we have the parameters here. A parameter is like a placeholder.
When a function is invoked, you pass a value to the parameter. This value is preferred as actual parameter or argument. The parameter list refers to the type, order, and number of the parameter of a function. Parameters are optional. That is, a function may contain no parameters. Then we go to the function body. The function body consists of a collection of statements that define what the function does. Now we see the example of this function's definition. And here I just write integer, which is max, and then int num1 and integer num2. So I just define the return type, which is integer, function name, which is maximum, and then integer number 1 and integer number 2. So this is the declaration of the function. I mean, we define this function here. Now we go to the declaration. A function's declarations tell the compiler about the function's name and how to call the function. The actual body of the functions can be defined separately. Same like you have the return type, function name, and the parameters like this one. Then we go to the calling a function. While creating a C++ function, you give a definition of what the function has to do. To use a function, you will have to call or invoke that function. When a program calls a function's program control is transferred to the called function. A called function performs defined tasks, and when its return statement is executed or when its function ended in close. While its function ending closing braces, it's reached its return program's control back to the main programs. Now we see a program how to declare and call the function. So first of all, I just declare here int max and integer number 1 and integer number 2. We just go to the main file and define some local variables. So a, which is equal to 50, and int b, which is equal to 100. Then integer, and integer is result. Okay, now I just call a functions to get the maximum value between 1 and 2, means a and b. So here I just call a function. So rest, which is equal to max, this function name here, and the parameters, which are a and b. Now cout, which is maximum value is, and here I just write rest and end line, and here I just write return 0. Now here returning the value between two numbers, integer function name, integer num1 and num2. Then here the local variable, which is result, and if condition, so if num1 is greater than num2. Okay, so result here is num1. Go to the else result, and the result here is num2, and return result. So here I write integer max as a function's definition. Then here I just call a functions to get the maximum value. Then here I just return the functions to get the maximum value between a and b, means num1 and num2, means the value between our functions parameters. Now just check the output. Uh, this is result, and now just check the output for this code. So here we have an error, which is I just not write the return type, and here I have if condition. So if num1 is greater than num2, and I just run this code, and you can see the output result, which is the maximum value, is 100. So here you can see it's compared num1 and num2 and gave us the value which is 100. Now we see the example of the functions calling the value by its reference. And here I write hash include iostream using name space std. Then here I just define the function which is change and integer data. Now integer main in data which is equal to 3, and here is called the function which is change and its data. Now cout which is the value of data is, and then data and line. And now return 0. Now here I just write void change and integer data, and then data which is equal to 5. So I just call this data by its reference here. So compile this code, and you can see the value of the data here is 3. You can see the value of the data is 3. So it is a calling by our reference program in C++. Now we just call our program by its pointer. So what is a pointer in the function? A function pointer is a variable that stores the addresses of a functions that can later be called through that function's pointer. This is useful because the functions encapsulate the behavior. For instance, every time you need a particular behavior such as drawing a line instead of writing out a bunch of code, all you need to do is call the function. But sometimes you would like to choose a different behavior at a different time in instantaneously the same piece of the code. Now we see the example of this function pointer, and here I just create a new file. Here I just write hash include io stream using name space std integer main. Okay, now here I just write a function name which is swap, and which is integer and the and sign, and then integer which is the and sign. What is the and signs mean here? This is the pointer here, so it will store the address here, means integer and integer and will store the address of the variables here, a which is equal to 1 and b which is equal to 2. Now cout which is value before swapping, and it's an end line. Now C out, and here A, which is equal to A and end line. Now C out B, which is equal to B and the end line. Now here I just swap a value A and B. So C out, which is A, and then the value of A is A and end line. Here I just write C out, which is value after swapping, and it's end line. Now C out, which is B, which is equal to B and end line. Okay, now return 0, and now value, which is swap and integer and n1 and integer and n2. Now integer temporary file, and which is temp is equal to n1, and here I just swipe the value n1, which is equal to n2, and n2, which is equal to temp. So I just take a third variable here. Now I just check the output. So here we have an error in this stage, and it's a C out, and yes, it's a void and swap, which is the AND operator. Now I just compile it again and check return, and then I just compile. So I have another error, which is in C out, and after n means a single line break here. Now I just run it again. So we have the same error here. Yes, it's because of I just have two programs, but I compile it together and compile and run it again. And yes, you can see the expected output. So value before swapping is 1 and 2. Then after swapping, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to 1. In this program, first of all, I just take a swap value and use the AND operator to storing the value to the variable. Then we have the two variables with the value of A1 and B2. Then I just print three statements here and then go to the swapping. I just call a function here. So A and B as a parameters. Now I just return the function types here and define the function's name as void, and which is integer AND operator is equal to n1 and integer AND operator is equal to n2. Then I just take a third variable, which is a temporary file. So I just store n1 in temp, then n1 take n1 is equal to n2, means A is equal to B. Then I just take n, which is equal to temp. So I just swipe these values with the help of third variables. So this is the function in C++ and the examples of the functions in C++. Thanks for watching this lecture. See you in next lecture.
Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the function
or the user-defined function in C++. In programming, functions refer to a segment that groups code to perform a specific task. Depending on whatever a function is predefined or created by the programmer. So there are two types of function. First one is library function and another one is user-defined function. We will talk about the library function in our next lecture, but here we just talking about the user-defined function first. So C++ allows programmer to define their own functions. Means you are simply define your own functions. Okay. So a user-defined function groups code to perform a specific task, and that group of code is given a given a name identifier. When the function is invoked from any part of the program, it all execute the code defined by the body of the function. Okay, so how user-defined function work in C++? So let's just see. I have these header files. Okay, and I just close this file right here. So these are the libraries and the header files. Consider this code that when a program begins running, the system calls the main. Means when the program is running, so system call the main function. That is by default function. Okay, so the system start executing code from main function. When control of the program reach to the function name, means the function name here is main function. So inside main, it's moved to integer main and the function name, and all the code inside main function is executed. Then control of the program moves back to the main function with where the code after the call of the function name is executed as shown to your screen. Let's just see how the user-defined function works and how we just declare the user-defined function. So here I am just defining the user-defined function. So we are defining the user-defined function at main, and here this is the main function, and outside the main function I am just defining the user-defined function, and I just call this function in the function body. So the function name here is add, two parameters and the parameters. So these are the two parameters, means this is a function prototype and the function declaration here. So what is a function prototype and the declaration? So if a user-defined function is defined after main function, compiler will show an error. It is because compiler is unaware of user-defined function type of the argument passing to the function and return the type. So in C++, function prototype is a declaration of function without its body to give compiler information about user-defined function, and the function prototype in this code, like this one, integer add, is like integer add and integer and integer. You can see that there is no body of the function in the prototype. Also there are only return types of arguments by no arguments. You can also declare function prototype, as you can see here, like function prototype with then parameters like a and then b. Okay, so this is simple called the user-defined function. So here we just not need a and b right here. So then I just go to the integer number one and integer number one and number two, and then sum this. So I just creating a program like number one is sum of number two with the help of user-defined function, and cout, which is enter to number to add values. Then I just write cin number one and number two. So cin two numbers right here, number one and number two, and then here I just call my user-defined function. So sum, which is equal to add. Simply, when you're just calling the user-defined function, so simply you just write add in your code. So I just call this user-defined function in the main body, and here I just write number 1 and number 2, okay, which are the user input. Then I just write cout, and cout here is, I just write sum, and sum which is sum, so it will print the sum right here. So return, and the return here is 0, okay. So let's just see. So far we are just defining our functions here. So our function definition is not like here, we just simply write the function prototype and the declaration right here, okay. Now it's time to define the function with the help of parameters. Integer function name here is add, integer a and integer b. I just told you these are the function by passing the parameters. So this is the function data type, function name, and passing the value by its parameters. So what is the function name here? I just write integer add. So I just remove this and add, which is equal to a plus b. As you just see here, I just defining the logic of that. First it take the user input from number 1 and number 2 and sum this, take the value in the sum. So it will go to the these all values go to the this add function. So I just add, take integer as a add, and then print the value which is a plus b, and then return type of this function is, I just write here add. So this is the return statement, okay. So first I just simply prototype the function. Prototype means just simply design this function, means create the skeleton of the function right here. Then I just call this function right here, call at the main body, then defining the function. So in this, to execute the code of the function body, the user defined functions need to invoke called, okay. So in this program, add number 1 and number 2 inside the main body, add number 1 and number 2 inside the main body, call the user defined function. So function return an integer which is stored in the variable add. So it will store in the variable add which is integer, okay. So here we just go to the function definition. So as you can see here, when the function is called, control is transferred to the first statement of the function body, then other statement in the function body, and execute sequentially. I just execute this program and compile it again. So what is an error here? So integer main, so yes, missed the semicolon right here, okay. So it is need two numbers to add the value, okay. So I just add 8 plus 4. So sum here is, 8 plus c sum here is 11, okay. So when all code inside the function definition is executed, the control of the program moves to call the program. You can see here, when I just add two values at number 1 and number 2, then it will store this value in the add, and it will go to the add these two values with the help of these parameters with add a plus b. So this is the simple program of function definition in the C++. If you not understand any of the thing in this program and any of the thing regarding to the user defined functions, prototype of the function, and I just call this function in the main body, so please you just let me know, because functions are very much important in C++ program. So this is simply the beginning of the functions to try to make concept right here. So thanks for watching this lecture. If you find any of the any of the problem regarding to this lecture, please let me know. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the library function in C++. Library functions are the built-in functions in C++ programming. Programmer can use library functions to invoke functions directly. They do not need to write it and themselves. So writing the library function, simply I just include one other library, which is C math. So C math library here is the C math is also known as a header file in C++ alias of math.h. Okay, so C math is complex. Math is a library of you just see simple, it is library used in Python. For example, it will show the result of a square root and other result of the maths. Okay, so this program what I'm just creating here with this library function, so this is also a math program. So C math, observations of the character mathematical title offered by the Institute of Mathematics and its application. So this is simply the library which is used for solving the math problem. And here you just see I just write using namespace and integer name. So after that I just write double, and double here is the number. Then I just told you that I am just solving the math problem here, so I just write square root here, and then cout, which is enter a number. Okay, so cin, which is the number right here. Now it's time to create the logic to find the square root. So square root, which is equal to square root and then number. Okay, so sqrt means square root is a library functions to calculate the square root. So here I am just using the library function. So this is called the library functions, which is the built-in function in programming language. So for that to call that function, so I just simply include this math library and then call this function right here. So cout, which is square root of any number you want, which is number, and then I just write here is equal to, and then square root as our this variable. Now return 0. Okay, so let's just check the output and then explaining this code. So it is compiling right now. So you can see here I just need the square root of 9. So the square root of 9 is 3 with the help of this square root built-in function. Okay, so in this program, square means sqrt library functions invoke the calculate the square root of this number. Okay, what I just add here like 9, and then it will calculate the square root of that. So note that notice code include cmath in this program. Here cmath is a header file. The function definition of a square root body of the function is present in the math header file, and you can use the function defined in cmath when you just include the content of the file cmath in this program using include cmath. So this is simply the content of this cmath. Okay, square rt. Okay, so at the last, every valid C++ program has at least one function. So we have the built-in function, which is the main function here. Okay, so if you find any other problem regarding to this library functions, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to talking about the function call by its reference in C++. The call by reference method to passing arguments to a functions copy the reference of an argument into the formal parameters. Inside the function, the reference is used to access the actual argument used in the call. This means that change made to the parameters affect the passed argument. Let's just see the example of passing the value by its reference in C++. So I just import these header files right here, and outside this main function, so I just define one another function, which is void swap. So I just creating the program to swapping the value integer and using AND operator right here and then X. So this AND operator is storing the result, means storing the value of this integer X and then integer Y. I just declare the function here, means I just define the swap function here. Okay, then I just go to the local variable, which is integer a, which is equal to 100, integer b, which is equal to 200, and then cout, which is I just write here before swap, the value of a, and here I just write the value of a, and then end line, copy this code, paste it here for the value of b and the value of b. Okay, now I just calling a function to the value of a swap value using the variable reference. Swap a and b. Okay, so these are the value of the variable by its reference. So cout right here, and then here I just write after swap the value of a, end line right here, and then here I just write the swap the value of b, and here I just write b. Okay, now return 0. Now what I just do here, so now here I just write that integer, which is the name of temp, which is temporary file, storing the temporary files here. So temp, which is equal to x. So here I just save the value of address at x, then x, which is equal to y, the value of swiping, or just doing the means we are just swiping the value. So put y into the x right here, and then y, which is equal to temp. Simply return the value. So simply the swap the values right here and then return the values. So output, and you can see here after swiping the value is 100, means the value of a after swiping, which is 100. So this is simple program to swiping the value with the help of calling functions calling by the reference. If you find any other problem regarding this lecture, please let me know. Thanks for watching this lecture. Welcome to this section, and in this section we are going to start working with array. So this is the introductory lecture of array in C++. So before starting the array, we just need to understand that what is array. Any array is a collection of data elements that are of the same type. For example, a collection of integer, collection of characters, and the collection of doubles. So as you can see here on the screen, which is the image right here, so these are the indexed. You can see here currency, last trade, US, these are the currency symbols, and these are also the currency symbols right here with the names of month and the currency symbols. Okay, and this is the data what is available on the indexed. Okay, so these are called array, means the collection of data elements that are of the same type. For example, collection of integer, collection of characters, and the collection of doubles. As you can see here, these are the collections of integer 1, and these are the doubles value. You can see here, these all are the integer right here, and this is a collection of data. Then how to refer array element? we can refer array element by using the array subscript. The first element has a subscript of 0, means when we just start indexing with array, so we just start from 0. The last element in an array of length n has subscript of n-1. When we write a program, we refer to an individual array element using indexing. To index a subscript, use the array name and the subscript in a pair of sequence brackets. As you can see here on the screen, like a, and we have the 12 index of array right here. So this is a simple declaration of the array. As you can see here, we have the two types of array, or you just say that we have the three types of array, which are one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional. So one-dimensional array, like you can see here, the array in data available in one-dimensional only. And as you can see here, three-dimensional, so you can see here the data available in this form is in 3 dimension. This available data is available in October 2015, October 2016, and October 2014. So you can see here this is the 3-dimensional array in C++. So here we are just not using 3-dimensional array in our this course because we just not need 3-dimensional array, but we can work with 2-dimensional array. Like you can see that the available data in rows and the column forms. Then here we just need to understand that why we need array. Suppose we need to store the marks of 50 students in the class and calculate the average marks. Declaring 50 separate variables will do the job, but no programmer would like to do so. And here comes the array in action. So that's why we are just using the array in our C++ programming language or any programming language. So this is a simple introductory of array. In next lecture, we are going to proceed our example and check the real life programs with array. Thanks for watching this lecture.